25. And we'll begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is up above my head.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Chris, will you please call the roll?
Ron Slinger,
Here.
Julia Maxwell,
Here.
Hannah Neeskens, here, Madeline Quinlan,
Here.
Renee Rasmussen, Lisa Schmidt,
Here.
Chair Tharp,
Here.
Lydia Comstock,
Here.
Commissioner Christian's office,
Here.
Governor Jean Forte's office, Superintendent Headland's office.
Here.
Where's Renee? Was she going to join us online? Okay. The Board of Public Education encourages the public to participate in board discussions. Persons who wish to participate should sign the public comment sign-in sheet and identify themselves to the board chair or executive director prior to the board's consideration of the matter in which the persons are concerned. Anyone wishing to participate in board discussions will be recognized by the chair in keeping with normal board parliamentary procedure. We discourage public comment on personnel matters and ask that you discuss these issues in private with the board chair. The Montana Board of Public Education is a professional development unit provider. Attending a Board of Public Education meeting may qualify you to receive professional development units. Please complete the necessary information on the sign-in sheet if you are applying for professional development units. At this time, I'd like to welcome any visitors, either here in person or online, who would like to introduce themselves to the board at this time. Yeah.
Chairman, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I need to.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, Peter Donovan. I had the privilege of working for the board for 27 years. And just wanted to welcome you to Missoula and see my friends, Chris and Julie. It was my pleasure to hire both of them, and as well as I recommended, encouraged McCall to apply for the job. So I'm just so pleased to see the board's doing so many good things, and it's fun to observe from a safe distance.
Welcome, Pete, and good to see you again. Also, I'm going to put him on the spot here as a sitting here at the head table here, our new legal counsel. I'd like to have Rich Batterman introduce himself.
Thanks, Tim. I really appreciate that. Greetings and good morning, good afternoon. My name is Rich Batterman. I am your new general counsel to the Board of Public Ed. I've met most of you already. It is a privilege and a pleasure to be here and to be entrusted with advising this board. A little bit about me. I live in Baker, which is 567 miles straight east, about as close as you can get to North Dakota and still be in Montana. I grew up in Glendive. I have a general practice in Baker and Glendive. I've been in practice for 27 years. I started young. I've been doing school law for about the last 16 years, primarily with the Montana Rural Education Association, which I also serve as general counsel. And I am also counsel to about 35 school districts across the state. So it is a pleasure to be allowed to provide my hopeful insight and expertise to the board, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. We'll move on to public comment. This is a period of time for the public to comment on any items not listed on the agenda. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll proceed to our consent agenda. Board members, your consent agenda begins on page 8 of your 450-page packet. Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So
We get moved by Board Member Schmidt. Is there a second?
second.
Seconded by Board Member Quinlan. Any discussion? there any public comment? Any public comment online? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. A motion to adopt our agenda for these meetings over the next 3 days.
So moved.
A motion to adopt the agenda, is there a second? We got a second, any discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the agenda, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Right. Moving on, agenda item number 1, chairperson's report. Since our last meeting that we had in September, I've had multiple people ask me, so do you have a place here in Helena? No, just feels like I'm there a lot, so it's good to be here in Missoula, and actually this is the second trip to Missoula in the month of November already. But work done during these past couple of months, our weekly executive committee meetings. Many of us went to the NASB conference and the annual meeting in Austin. That was on October 27th through 29th. That was some excellent professional development. And once again, thank you to McCall for her recommendation that this organization join NASB, because I think it turned out to be some of the best professional development I've had in a long time. And it was a great opportunity for several of our board members as well. Had multiple school funding interim commission meetings, met on September 16, 17, and then November 13th and 14th, and that was just this last week, school funding interim commission roadshow in Billings. I was there for the meeting on September 22nd, and then they also presented at MCEL on October 17th. So lots of school funding interim meetings. Participated on our MSDB bi-monthly meetings, at various OPI trainings, webinars, participated in specifically on foster children and Title III. Attended Northeast Mass meetings up in I think we were in Glasgow and Wolf Point and Sydney these last few times. As I continue to share the importance of mental health, I have been involved. I taught QPR multiple times to various groups. Had quarterly meetings of the various Richland County Hope Squads over these last couple of months. Continue to participate in monthly meetings of our local advisory council on mental health. Presented to a psychology class at Sydney High School, talked about mental well-being. I was honored by MREA and asked to present a sectional at MCEL, which was very important because it was immediately following the one done by the attorney. So people were in need of some mental health encouragement after that. Attended a RAP national conference, RAP Wellness Recovery Action Plan, which is another mental health supports. As I mentioned during the meeting with the Perkins Group this morning, attended the President's Lecture Series at the University of Montana a couple of weeks ago. Dr. Richard Reeves presented, and then follow-up meetings with a small group of state leaders, and that was excellent and very, very good information and lots of food for thought and lots of things to consider as we move forward. As I look around the room, several people here in the room with us today were part of that as well. I will be teaching in Bainville and Circle Schools over the next couple of months, presenting on some mental health, as well as doing some mental health supports for Sheridan Electric Cooperative and other private employers. So continuing that, it's not just needs that are in our public schools, but across all areas in our society, and the need for mental well-being and mental health support. So vitally important for our children and our employees that work for our public schools across the state, but it's something that spans entire society. So lots of different things going on, and happy to entertain any questions from any board members regarding my report. All right, we will move on to our executive director's report. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to start by thanking Superintendent Hill and all of his staff here at Missoula County Public Schools. It's really great for us to be able to meet in this perfect room. It's so nice. The technology is working, which is one of my greatest fears. And so just really grateful to them and all of their staff on making this such a nice experience for us. It is really great room. I also just want to recognize again, Mr. Pete Donovan, really great to see him. And he certainly did pave the way for me to be here. So just want to say thank you again for him being here today. Mr. Chair, I just have a few things to note. A lot of really what we've been working on at the board level and at the office is going to be spoken about or discussed later on the agenda, so I won't go into too much detail. Back in September, we did present our quarterly financial report to the Education Interim Budget Committee. It was really uneventful, but they did have some questions around capacity of our office. As you guys know, they've given us lots of new roles and responsibilities. And it was a really good discussion. I think they recognize all of the different things that we're doing, which are good things that we're doing, but I think that they recognize and realize that our budget is small, and we have been doing a lot of really great work. They've asked us to come back when we present to them in December with a more comprehensive organizational chart. Typically, the quarterly financial report only reviews the normal FTE that we have in our budget, so they only see the 3 of us in the budget. They don't see the 2 other modified staff that are currently also under my supervision. So we'll go back to them with a more comprehensive organizational chart and discuss sort of those positions as well. Dr. Tharp really talked a lot about the professional development. As much as he thinks I follow him around, I promise I do not try to do so. But I also was at MCEL with him back in October, and I really also find this to be incredible professional development. I think all the partners that put that on, whether it's school business officials, school board members, superintendents, I think they do an incredible job of making it really relevant to a broad audience. They do a great job of putting on that conference. And then the NASB conference, I have for a long time really participated in that and found lots of value in it. I'm really grateful that we are now a member. I think it has brought sort of a different perspective to be a member versus being a non-member in those positions. I just finished my 4-year stint as the president of our executive director organization, and then also a member of the NASB board of directors. I was happy to pass that off to someone else, and my colleague in the state of Washington will be taking that over. It was a full schedule while we were in Austin, and I think our board members took away lots of deliverables and some things that we can take back here to the board. And so excited to hear maybe from them if they want to share anything at the end of my report. Something that I do think that you'll hear a little bit about, but I do want to touch on later, or I want to touch on now, but you'll hear about it later on our agenda, is the Rigorous Action and Intensive Assistance Task Force. Tyler's nodding her head. She's really been the one leading a lot of that, along with colleagues at OPI. This task force is really meant to help determine what the intensive assistance process for accreditation looks like, and what that support might need to be to help schools in deficiency status to improve and make progress to get out of those statuses. This is something that you all really encouraged OPI to convene a group of stakeholders, come back to you all with a recommendation. I was grateful when they asked me to sort of sit on that task force and not only observe but participate. And so it's been so far a really great opportunity to listen into the conversations and participate when needed. And then lastly, we will talk a lot about public charter schools, not only later on in this agenda, but also on December 1st when we did the interviews. But wanted just to let you know a couple other things that we've been working on. Recently, we collected the Q1 financial report from our new public charter schools who are in their first year of operating. We'll compile that information. We'll make sure we get that off to you. We've been working with all of our public charter schools that are in their second year to revisit their student achievement goals. Some of them weren't. Well, I think some of them maybe wanted to revisit them and maybe make them a little bit more measurable, or it might have just been a good opportunity for them to have another chance to provide a new measurement for success. So we really reached out, gave them another opportunity to look at those goals and try to find a better way to determine what success looks like for their students. And so that was something that we spent a lot of time doing and really setting them up for a better measurement for those goals. And Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, lots of the things that we'll be talking about are later on the agenda, so I won't take up any more time, but happy to answer questions if anyone has them.
Do you have any questions, Nicole? I'm talking about our agenda. We have 3 days of meetings, but really, we only have about a day of our agenda here. We'll have this afternoon where we've got several things to come through. Tomorrow, we have, we're meeting all day. We'll be hanging out with the Legislative Ed Interim Committee. And they'll be with us on school tours to start the day. We've got lunch. And then our afternoon session is a formal, we'll gavel in just like we normally do for Board of Public Education. But at the same time, the Education Interim Committee will be meeting jointly with us, and will be all of our items on the agenda are informational items that were presented to both of us jointly. So that's the first time I've ever been a part of that, and that'll be interesting to be able to meet jointly with the Ed Interim Committee. And then when we reconvene on Friday morning, we have until noon to get through the rest of our agenda. So we have an extremely full agenda and lots of things to talk about. And Dr. McLean has a full report and lots of stuff for us to consider here as well. But first, do we have a question? Dr. Neeson?
No question, but since McCall kindly offered some of her time to those of us that attended NASB, Dr. Tharp and I attended the math strand sessions, of which there were 3. And there was something kind of remarkable that came out of that, I felt, which was one of the states that was really highlighted during that time was Louisiana. And unfortunately, we didn't really get enough time to dig deeply into what they're doing. But I think it's really important for us to note that, because there's 2 states that are working with New Meridian on their assessment systems, and that is Louisiana and Montana. So the MAST is a New Meridian assessment, and Louisiana has seen the largest increase in NAEP scores in the nation, even through COVID. And so, for example, their 4th grade reading scores went from 49th, which is abysmal, to 5th. For 4th grade reading, and they've seen remarkable growth across math as well. And certainly it isn't the assessment in isolation. By no means am I saying that. They're doing a number of other things which are kind of buzzwords in our state now too. High quality instructional materials. They definitely did some deep dive into that, and then their legislature has supported that effort through funding. And then also their state education department has put out mandatory trainings on certain topics like the science of reading. Their teachers are required to do 60 hours of training on the science of reading. There's also a numeracy component. And so I just think that's an interesting consideration for our state, since we are also doing a through-year assessment with New Meridian to consider what other things are they doing that are contributing to their growth and success. So it was a great opportunity for us to really learn from others around the nation.
Thank you. Other members that attended? Yeah. Yeah, I was also fascinated with the mandatory science reading. We had that when I was leaving North Dakota. The legislature had just provided the funding, and it was going to be mandatory training for all teachers that had any touch on K-3, including administrators that had it. So in order to keep my North Dakota administrator's license, I was going to have to undergo science of reading training as well. I mean, that's how serious they were about making sure that anybody had that. And again, you force something, mandate something, you better come back with the bucks in order to make it possible and facilitate that. So that was I've witnessed how powerful that can be. But yes, it's very interesting seeing what other states are doing. Thank you. If there's nothing else, then let's move on to item number 3, Dr. McLean with a lot report from Ochi.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Always good to see you. Very good to see you again, Pete, and to see all of my friends from the Council of Deans that I had the privilege of spending yesterday afternoon. Hello to each of you. A lot of good work happening since our last meeting, and the first item I'd like to start with, I think, alludes to a resolution that you have for your consideration later on in the agenda. And that item is around college access and our arc of events led by the college access team at the University System Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. We had a very successful couple of college application weeks where we worked with all of the privates and all of the tribal colleges across the state to make sure that application fees, at least for that 2-week time period, is free. As you all know and may recall, Apply Montana is always free to all Montana residents, 24/7, 365 days a year. But in addition to that, now we've moved into this phase where we're stressing the importance of FAFSA completion. All data shows that each year Montana students leave $12 million on the table in unclaimed resources to go to college. And so they can access that by completing the FAFSA. And we definitely want to grow those numbers. One of the things that the resolution cites that I will share with you later on is that our completion rate is 44% nationally. The average completion rate is 54%. And that's where that money comes that we're leaving on the table unclaimed in financial aid. So we're in this phase right now of our arc of events where we encourage you to encourage every high school senior, anybody that you know that's going to go to college, to complete that very important document. And I'll talk more about that later on. The next item is the Future Ready efforts. I think we'll have this as a standing update for you as the board. First off, we're so excited to continue our strong partnership with the Office of Public Instruction. We worked with our teams to comb through the rule put out by DLI as well as the industry recognized credentials list. And we provided, I think, very meaningful, thoughtful, coordinated feedback that we hope will result in a powerful outcome when we ultimately see things on December 1st. And I want to signal our appreciation to the superintendent and to her team for that continued collaboration that we think is going to serve students best when that rolls out. Additionally, on the Future Ready front, one of the pieces that we had the privilege of sharing on Monday with a principal and her group from Sentinel, as well as Dan Mills out of Bozeman and Kim Popham from MFPE and School Administrators Executive Director Rob Watson, was we've done an AP and an IB crosswalk showing that if a student earns a certain score on certain tests, here's what they will transcript into the Montana University system for. So basically what that means is if they get a 3, for example, on something and it transcripts into the Montana University system as a 3, then it'll count as 3 towards that 15 units for which the school will ultimately be rewarded as part of the Future Ready bill. And so we're working on that right now. We're waiting just a few more days for feedback from our campus faculty and staff. And then we do hope to have that rolled out at the very latest by after the first of the year. And then the final component that we hope to roll out, and again, after the first of the year, is going to be a very thoroughly developed toolkit that we hope will help educators roll out future ready programs that connect to our campuses all across the state without having to go to 16 different websites to find programming and to find coursework. We think that this is going to be a pretty comprehensive guide to support schools, rural and or more urban ones all across the state. So a lot of work happening on that space. And I would just close that piece of my item here by just saying we're not doing it alone. We're doing it right alongside the Office of Public Instruction and all of our K-12 partners, some of whom are in this room. And the next item that I just want to update this board on, and it too is going to be one of these things that we think is so important to make sure that we're continuing to talk about, is the workforce training pieces that are happening all across our campus. The Board of Regents will hear a presentation and some recommendations from a group that's done great work on validated skills training. And so, for lack of a different term, that's non-credit workforce training. And so there's going to be a long, thoughtful presentation by a couple of our campus leaders as part of the Board of Regents agenda. But we're looking right now in the university system as how we can intentionally take all of our non-credit work that's happening on all 16 of our campuses and make sure that there is an easy path for that to be transcripted and ultimately support a student onto a stackable portable path. And I would offer that that also plugs into the very important and intentional future ready work that we're doing. So that's happening. At our last meeting, we had not yet gotten news that we would be working with the Education Design Labs on another 2 years of micro pathway development. And we'll be doing this work with campuses all across the state in 3 areas: education, technology, trades, and tourism, so the 3 Ts, and then healthcare. Then you take that where we're going to be intentionally developing micro pathways in those space. And again, those are those bite-sized learning pieces, those credentials that folks can earn in a year or less. You take that work that we're doing there with that partnership with Education Design Lab, and you connect another initiative where our office is partnering with the Department of Health and Human Services to deliver on an appropriation to develop micro pathways specifically in 2 areas. One is behavioral health and one is developmental disabilities. And right now we have an interest survey out to campuses across the state to assess their interest in developing micro pathways generally. But then another question on that survey specifically asks for our campus to weigh in as to whether or not they want to build those behavioral health or developmental disability pathways. And we're hopeful that we have significant interest in that, and that we can go to work starting in January and have some pathways ready to roll out for enrollment and beginning by fall 2026. So a lot of good movement in that, and every single piece of all of what I've talked to you about so far plugs in, we think, very nicely to Future Ready. The last thing I want to point to is we have Beth Duro-Doye up in that back row there from Montana State University Northern. She, at the call of the Office of Public Instruction and our team, came to the table at a request to consider shaking up what's always been the norm when it comes to offering driver's education. And she and the team up at MSU Northern, they shook every tree, and what they've come up with, I think, is going to be a real good opportunity for folks to take that training in a location outside of Havre for the first time, I think, in a very long time. And the location is going to be in Miles City next summer. So do reach out to Dr. Duro-Doye, check out the Montana State University Northern website. And again, we're just so deeply appreciative of that. We know that teachers at the K-12 level need that training. We know schools clamor for it, students and their families clamor for it. And this is just, we think, the first step in taking a good look as to how we can best offer that very important course. And I just want to signal thanks to Dr. Mergel too for signaling to us that the data they're seeing might necessitate a look elsewhere. So thanks to everyone who played a part of that. Now I am joined online by my colleague from the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education, the Director of Montana GEAR, Jeannie Arribo. We were very lucky to receive another 7-year GEAR Up grant. And Jeannie is the leader of that program. And with that, I am going to turn it over to her so she can share more with you about that program and its impact, not only in the GEAR Up schools across the state, but in every school, and its connection to that college access component that I started my conversation with. So hi, Jeannie.
Hi, Dr. McLean, board chair. Thank you for having me today. McCall, do I just share from my screen for my PowerPoint?
Yep, you should just be able to share.
Okay. All right. Again, thank you for having me today. Montana GEAR is excited to present a brief update on our 2031 grant. We are just now moving into year 2 of our federal grant from the Department of Education. I have some quick facts to share. Under the budget, I would in particularly highlight for the first time in many grant cycles, we have brought the scholarship fund back to Montana GEAR. So our class of 2025 was the first cohort in which they will receive a 1,000 one-time scholarship. So we started disbursement this fall to that class that went to campuses, and they are able to access that scholarship up to age 22. We are in 12 school districts in this grant cycle, serving about 4,400 students, 7th grade through college freshmen. And we have 3 goals from the Department of Education. And within those 3 goals, we have 10 performance objectives that we do. As we went through our goals and performance objectives for this grant cycle, we started setting our priorities. And one thing that we recognized is looking at attendance and knowing that this is a struggle with school districts. So we decided to make that one of our priorities. And so we are working with our school districts on a 3 to 4 year support model for them, looking at chronic absenteeism. We just wrapped up an RFI to help guide us in putting out an RFP so that we can better support our school districts. The 12 school districts we're working with are Arlee, Box Elder, Browning, Hardin, Libby, Lodge Grass, Pryor, Rocky Boy, St. Ignatius, St. Regis, Superior, and Thompson Falls. We also really want to look at Montana Garrett services, and in particular, the ones impacting our goals and objectives. So we have some internal studies happening this go around. And also as a state Garrett program, we have statewide initiatives that we're involved in. One of which Dr. McLean has already mentioned, but also we work with Dr. McLean and Director Lemon on the FAFSA completion and value of education as part of our statewide initiatives. And of course, this work cannot be done without our fantastic partnerships locally, statewide, regionally, and nationally. So as I thought about what to highlight for the Board of Public Ed today, I thought through our partnerships and really wanted to hone in on one of the ones that was piloted this summer. So Dr. Jamie Cornish has worked with Montana Garrett for many years, in which she did summer programming for students. She reevaluated the work that she was doing and came to us with an idea for a collaboration. So since Garrett was really focusing on the middle school in this grant cycle and that foundational time, we tried to think about what can we do to help support the school teachers. So Jamie put together this incredible 4-day program in which middle school teachers, in particular science teachers, were invited to come to the MUS campus, learn more about STEM, and to get lesson plans developed. This training included place-based Indian education for all and standards connected lessons, with the goal of sparking that interest in students about STEMs and what's available in Montana. Part of that information also included workforce development and STEM jobs in Montana. So of that collaboration, 8 teachers from 4 of our school districts attended that pilot rollout, had a wonderful time on campus, got lots of different toolkits and resources that then they are able to take back to their districts so that all of their middle school students can benefit for it. And then this fall, 5 of those teachers, as the second piece, brought 80 plus middle school students to the MUS campus for 2 days, in which Dr. Cornish put together a really amazing agenda of activities and workshops for students to experience around STEM fields. We're really excited about this continued partnership and having more of our teachers in our school districts participate, with that goal of really wanting to be able to provide as much impact to a wide variety of students and districts as possible. And with that, any questions?
Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you, Angela and Jeannie. I have a question. I'm not sure which of you would answer it, but ACT used to be funded with Europe monies, and now, how is it funded now?
We're redirecting that to the OPI.
Thank you. Yeah, it is funded through the Office of Public Instruction.
And if I could add to that, one of the reasons, would no longer be feasible within the Garrett budget is because of that scholarship component that Jeannie just alluded to.
Right.
We were able to, as a system for over a decade, get an exemption. And it would submit a waiver around that, and that was not an option in this last application process.
Great, and I actually didn't hear, Tyler, did you answer that question?
Board Member Quinlan, yes, I did answer that
So
question.
Is it a general fund appropriation now?
If I could actually call on Dr. Mergel to give a specific answer to that, that'd be great. Would that be all right, Mr. Chair? Thank you.
It was on, you just turned it off. There you go.
Chair Tharp, members of the board, Julie Mergel, MURGEL for the record, Chief Program Officer, Montana Office of Public Instruction. So yes, Chair Quinlan, yes, it is. It is the ACT in this last biennium was a request to them to appropriate funds to fund that assessment through the state. So we have funding for the ACT for 2 years, and so that is now appropriated there. We do not have federal funds to cover that expense.
So it's a general fund appropriation.
Yes, it is.
Great, thank you. And I have a second question. So, on one of your slides there, you showed there was $325,000 for a 1-2 free dual enrollment. How does that work? Do campuses get fully reimbursed for the cost of the students taking those courses?
Angela, I'll defer that one to you. We help support it so that we can show to the legislators that we have additional support outside of legislative funds. Montana GARE recognized the importance of dual enrollment. So we worked with Director Alliance here in our office to figure out what an amount would be that would be appropriate from our funding. But in terms of if it fully covers everything, I could not answer that adequately. Dr. McClellan.
Yeah, what I would offer is that I think that we're pretty doggone close. And I would point to additionally efforts made by the regions to cut tuition and fees in half for dual enrollment more than a decade ago. So certainly very affordable credits. With its growth and without increasing budgets toward this expenditure, we do run the risk of getting to a place where not everyone can be made whole for what's happening on dual enrollment, but I think that we're pretty doggone close right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for the report on Europe. Dr. McLean, you have anything else?
Chair Tharp, members of the board, that concludes my report. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I hope that you have a wonderful couple of days of meetings. I know that we come for the game, but we stayed for a few meetings here and there.
Didn't realize there was a game this week. I'll have to look at my schedule. All right, and of course, Angela's not going anywhere as we do have an important item number 7 that's going to be coming up later on this afternoon, and then also a joint resolution to consider for the Board of Education meeting on Friday afternoon. Moving on to item number 4, our student representative report, Ms. Comstock.
Thank you, Chair Tharp. I have most of my report today is about the Montana Association of Student Councils and our state conference. But before I talk about that, someone reached out to me from the American Student Assistance Program about just getting more Montana students to fill out their survey and get a little more data in there. And I think before Thanksgiving, I plan to have at least a few hundred more responses for them. So I just wanted to let you know I'm doing something about that. I got that circulated to the student councils, and I'm hoping to get it through a few more individual school districts. But aside from that, I'll move on to the Association of Student Councils, our state conference, and a little bit about what the students are thinking. We had around 500 students. They're middle and high school students from all 6 districts across the state. We started with some workshops. They did policymaking workshops and community change workshops. And so we're really getting them thinking about what's going on in the state. That was pretty exciting. We had 3 speakers for them, and they gave us some good information about leadership. And then we have our executive board of presidents who kind of carried the whole thing through. And moving forward, once they have settled down from the conference a little bit, I'll try to orchestrate an opportunity for you to communicate with the executive board of the Association of Student Councils and ask them about what goes on in their schools. But as of right now, I'll just go through some of the resolutions from our business session and some things from our policy making workshop that I thought would be interesting and of note for you guys to hear about from a student perspective. We had a really popular resolution titled Safer Public Schools in Montana. And it was tabled from last year's business session and kind of brought back this year after some amendments. But the idea was that it would support the establishment of policy that required students convicted of heinous crimes to be evaluated by the judge presiding over their case and determine whether they're allowed to attend public school and what it looks like for alternate schooling options for them. And a lot of students were worried about what it looks like for safety in their schools, and this was a resolution that passed very clearly, and it just kind of told us that students are not necessarily worried about their safety, but they're interested in including safety precautions in their education policy and whatnot. And then our second most popular resolution, passed with a lot of green cards up in the air, was the Youth Mental Health Access and Crisis Support Expansion Resolution. They just wanted to essentially require support for every school district in Montana to, oh, no. They wanted to require support for mental health resources in individual schools, help build up counseling departments for smaller schools that are really overwhelmed in those rural school districts, and they just wanted support from administration to reach out with them or to them for all of these resources and allow them the support they need to move forward in their school careers. And it was a pretty general resolution, but something we could all kind of agree on. And then we also had a resolution, it was a little more controversial than the other two, but it proposed the idea that when individual school districts choose new curriculums for math, English, science, etc., that they have a council of no less than 5 students. They present the curriculum pillars to, and then these students give them some feedback about what they think, what they feel are effective learning strategies within the curriculum, and if they are spotting any gaps in knowledge. And students kind of had a lot of opinions about the size of the group that would be giving this feedback. Some wanted more people, some wanted less people. Some schools only have 10 kids in a department at a given time. So it was definitely something to look at more next year, but the kind of overwhelming voice was that students really wanted to be part of curriculum decisions in their individual school districts. And then we also had a really popular resolution about workforce development and the idea that because of the requirements that mean that some students, because of their age, whether they are under 16, under 14, under 18, are not able to operate all of the equipment that they might seek for or seek out in their workforce development classes, that there would be special training and supervision that would allow them to use some of these more interesting apparatuses and equipment within their workforce development things so that they could move on to trades within the state and have a better idea of that. Again, a pretty vague and general resolution, but most of the students in the state were really in favor of trying to get more hands-on work for their career technical classes and to kind of lower that age and lower those boundaries a little bit. And then the final thing that we saw is that there was just a really big call for a lot of students to have more voice in their individual school districts so that they could kind of build up a communication pathway to places like the Board of Public Education, and that it would be easier for me to communicate down the line and for the Montana Association of Student Councils to communicate up to their state and local government. And that resolution was just titled More Youth Voice in Government. It just proposed that in every Montana city or county that school districts should regularly meet with a group of students or a single student who is willing to provide them feedback. And they would have student representatives, not just on boards like this one, but also on individual school district boards or advisory boards for transportation, safety, and environment. And in addition to that, some students were in favor of including another statewide youth leadership summit outside of the Montana Association of Student Councils. What that looks like, they didn't really have a great idea of, but it was something that they were in favor. of, and it was overwhelming that kids wanted more voice in government, more opportunity, and there was a little bit of controversy at the conference about whether or not middle schoolers would be included in this, and we had one really brave little 13-year-old boy who came up to the mic and said, "If we are allowed to be at this conference, then we should be allowed to speak in spaces like this." And I thought that was really important, and I just want you to know that the students are really excited to be involved in government throughout the state, and that's all I have. I'll open this up for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Lydia. I just took a note, perhaps it's something that the Richland County Superintendent of Schools could look at doing as a countywide student advisory council. Might be interesting, so. That has been written down. I also appreciate what they said about the students wanting mental health supports and seeing that greatly expand throughout the schools. When I was helped start the 3 Hope Squads within the county, all we asked the schools for was identify advisors and let's be able to work with them. But 2 of the 3 schools made that a paid advisory position, equivalent to that of a head coach, and are on the stipend schedule, and so treating them just like any other, whether it's the FCCLA advisor, FFA, or basketball coach or anything like that. So that was something that we didn't ask for, but we saw. So it's important to hear that the students are wanting more of that within the system as well. Other board members, questions, comments? Yeah, Dr. McLean?
Much, Mr. Chair. Lydia, I always appreciate and enjoy your report. I have a question. I'm wondering if you are hearing anything from your peers or anything from your teachers about this excitement around this Future Ready effort and that part of the STARS Act. Are you hearing anything in your circles? Are folks as excited as I am about it?
I hear a little bit from my my local school district, the Great Falls Public Schools, at our board meetings. We have required student representatives to our district, and part of the reports that we get from our superintendent and from our principals express a lot of excitement about that new aspect of the STARS Act, but within schools and it definitely within student populations, it's not something that you hear about a lot, unfortunately. But yeah, that's about where we're at. It's a little, but not a lot of communication about that, I would say.
Yeah, and I guess what I would just ask of you is if you would keep your ear to the ground and I think continue to advise this board on things that you might be hearing. Because I think the notion of being able to leave high school with 45 credits towards college, your school will be incentivized. You could leave high school with an industry recognized credential, go right to the workforce. I think there's some real promise there. And I guess I'm just thinking about now how we consider what the next best steps are as far as relaying the messages to moms and dads and community members and to our faculty who really are in front of these students for 30 to 40 hours a week. So thanks for your report. Thanks for your good work. And I'll ask you again in January.
Yeah, thank you. I'll think about that communication system moving forward.
Dr. Slinger?
Board member Comstock, first of all, I just want to say thank you. Okay, time and time again, we hear how students are disengaged, how students don't care, how students don't want to get involved. And that narrative is killing this country. I'm so proud of what you just said. You said 500 students got together and they want to be involved. They're asking for a voice. They're asking for a seat at the table, and they're asking and they're moving forward resolution to try and improve things. I want to commend them. I want to encourage all 500 of them to consider the teaching profession. And because we need them to have that type of leadership throughout the schools. Okay. So thank you so much. It's just, I'm tired of hearing the narrative about this generation. You know what? My parents probably talked about my generation that way, and the grandparents talked about my parents' generation that way. And I'm just tired of that narrative. That's a shining example of the great things that are out there, the things these kids are thinking. And we need to honor that. We need to engage with them, and we need to try and drive them into professions, the teaching profession. And because they would be such great leaders in all of our schools. So just thank you from the bottom of my heart for sharing that message.
Thank you so much, Board Member Swinger.
I just wanted to, as a proud member of the millennial group that I feel like got more shade than most people. I'm really happy, like you said, to hear that students are willing to be involved. When we make curriculum decisions, we would love to have the kids involved because we think, oh, this would be interesting, they would love it, and then we buy it for $20,000 and they go, what is this? This is horrible. I hate the simulations. So I think it'd be really fantastic to get at least a couple of devoted students in there to say, hey, you know, they actually would like this, or no, this is, what do they call it? I don't know, some slang term that I don't know. Something. Sorry.
Thank you so much for saying that. I think part of the reason that that resolution was really important to me is because we have an English curriculum within the Great Falls Public School District that a lot of students are struggling with at the moment. And a lot of my peers expressed the sentiment that they wish they could have communicated about what that curriculum would look like beforehand and before it was implemented in our school district. And so I think it is really something to look at, to give students an opportunity just to understand the slightest part of a curriculum before it goes all the way through, if that's something that administration is willing to work on. And then also to circle back to Board Member Slinger's just statement from before, I also had the pleasure of leading the community change workshop at the beginning of our conference, and I will let you all know that every student who went to that workshop, I think I was around 70 total between the few sessions, left with a little handout about what it looks like to identify a problem and to think about change. And they had a problem that they found in their community or in their school or in some sort of system in their life, and they started the brainstorming process about what it looks like to be involved in changing that. So know that whether it's in education or in the world out here, that students have ideas and they're working hard. So
I want to echo what Dr. Slinger said, because I shared similar sentiments at the School Funding Interim Commission meeting last week, where we had 3 students that presented a panel to the Legislative Committee, and they did an excellent job. It shared a voice that was very powerful at that. And I commented about the importance of our student member position and the phenomenal things that our previous student members have gone on to do and how vital that is. And I've struggled for the last 30 years to get teachers excited about reviewing curriculum. And so if they don't want to do it, I'm going to have the kids do it. So that makes a lot of sense.
thank you.
Anything else for Lydia? Thank you very much. Move on to our next item number 5. I'm going to hand things over to Lisa Schmidt, our MSTB committee chair.
Thank you, Chair. The School for the Deaf and Blind has been busy as always and active. We had a board meeting on November 4th, and I think there's a formal dinner coming up this Sunday, correct, Paul? That I'm sure that I'm going to attend, and I'm sure everybody else is invited if they would like to. Is that correct, Paul?
That's correct, yep.
All righty, 5 o'clock. And so with that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Firstmeyer to give us an update on what else is happening at the Montana School for Deaf and Blind.
Yeah, thanks, Board Member Schmidt. Hopefully I can get through this report. I fortunately caught something last week and finally just coming over it. So hopefully we can get through this, and I promise I'll keep my grizzly jokes to a minimum and just say go Cats right now, and then I promise I won't say another word. But anyways, it's been a great 2 months here at MSDB, and last week we had a great visit. We actually, I believe we're the 2nd school in the state to have Cognia on our campus. Cognia was here last week, did our accreditation visit, and it was a great visit for more than one reason. One is it's another reason for us to say the good things that we do. But then with this visit, we had 3 Montana administrators, 2 from Lewistown and 1 here from around Great Falls area that had never been into our campus before. And when they left our campus, it was just amazing to be talking to those administrators and the awe that they saw it, that what we do with our students here and the expectations that we have for our students. It was just great that they were here and look forward to that report. But that happened last Tuesday with cognitive accreditation here. And really that was much of our focus for the last month and a half here at MSTB. Before I get to the agenda action items today, just some things I want to talk about. One is that there's a first reading for policy 8210 that you'll see in your packet. And that really is a result of a policy that MSDB should have had, and we found out that we didn't have as we went through our OPI food audit last year. And so we'll have first reading this board meeting in January. I'll bring it for final reading for you. And basically it is procurement policy for the food service. And it's the model policy that OPI puts on their website, but then it's also the model policy from the Montana School Boards Association. And we just made sure that it's in line with the state of Montana procurement policies as well. The other thing that you'll find in your package is as we were getting ready for our cognitive accreditation, we became very interested in what our average salaries were for our education staff, especially now since how the STARS Act's gone through and we have done our negotiations. And so that's in the packet. I believe it's page 55. I think it's on the new packet, page 55, but it's the admin specialists and teachers, consultants, interpreters, and paras. And it's pretty exciting to actually see where we're at, where we're standing specifically against Great Falls Public Schools, because that's who we compete for housing in Great Falls, and also some of the staff. And you can see that our average salary for teachers and our consultants is right around $73,000. And actually with our negotiations starting next year, our average, our beginning salary for a new teacher will be $49,000. And so that's about $6,000 more than what I believe most of the local districts will be. So I think we did a great job with our union this year, really looking at what we could do with that STARS Act money and hopefully to recruit some folks to this state as we start looking. We have 2 open teaching positions, 3 open consultant positions right now that are open for next year. And as anybody that has listened to me over the last 3 years knows that we cannot recruit any of those folks in the state of Montana, unfortunately. So we're already trying to work on an MOU with RIT for the teacher residency program, which became eligible to us from the last legislative session. And then if we can figure out what's going on at the Fed level, we'll try to find someone that's not closing down to do the same for teacher visually impaired. But as soon as we feel like we have a connection there, they're finding out their program is going to be cut. But anyways, we're looking good. And I just wanted you to see where we're at average wise, because I think we're doing better than most. And I appreciate your support during those negotiations. Every time I come back to the board and talk to you about where we're at and where we're going, you've always gave me the thumbs up on moving in the direction that we did. So I thought that was important to bring to you. Again, sorry, still got a tight chest. That elephant from Alabama is still sitting on my chest. I did put in here, as you remember last, I believe it was in July, the foundation worked with you and reworked their MOU. And as part of that MOU is someone from MSDB, me, is supposed to bring you financial statements on a yearly basis. So in your packet, you will see the most up-to-date audit that was just done. It was completed about a month ago from the foundation. You can see that they are doing very well. They had 2 minor deviations that they had to do. And part of that is they're just such a small foundation that some of the internal processes that they're being asked to do are challenging for them because they are so small. But nonetheless, they're getting busy at it and going to work on what they need to do. And it's good. You have in your packet our student newsletter. You can see that they are busy as ever, and I promised I was only going to say once, but there are decorating for the Bobcat party for Saturday, and also getting ready for dinner on Sunday. So if you'd like to come to dinner on Sunday, that invitation is still open. I know that there's 3 of you, I believe, that are going to be able to join us there for the Bobcat celebration, but also we'll give thanks for the game on Saturday during Sunday's dinner as well. But if you can make it, please let us know. There's still room. We'd love to have you for that dinner. But our students are excited for that. The other good thing about that is yesterday, finally, after 18, 24 months, I don't know what it's been a few of these gray hairs, I can tell you ago. We finally had the Montana Highway Patrol certify 2 school buses for us, so we can now start transporting students across the state of Montana, which has been a long time coming. So we are very excited about that, because usually I'm reporting about we're getting the cars or whatever. We actually had them certified by the Highway Patrol yesterday, and actually will use them next Tuesday as we move. We transport our students home for Thanksgiving break. So that's a positive thing that's been done. You'll see the reports, the budget reports that are in your packet. If there's questions on there, I'll ask. We are not concerned at this time. You'll see that some of the spending is a little high compared to what it has been in the past, but that's because some of our grants funding has not come through yet, which has actually come through within the last week, and we'll get those BCDs submitted, and we'll start getting that grant funding moved and get our general fund back in order. But our budget is really doing good. One thing we are watching really closely this year is our personnel services, because as you know, last year we had to borrow money from the governor's office as we ran out of money at the end, and basically that was due to staff retiring and a lot of payments towards sick leave and vacation leave towards the end of the year. And I am going to report a retirement here when I go through my personnel action report. Already has us needing to look at that, of someone that's been with us for 40 years. That comes from that non-millennial age group that never took a day off, never took a vacation, sick day, and we'll have plenty of that money coming that way. So we'll talk about that in a minute, but we've been really watching our budget, especially with the personnel finances, because of the retirements that we know we're going to have. Our current enrollment is in there. We're actually up one since we put that in there, so we're excited. We actually had an extra student. The other thing that's in your packet that we're excited about is if you find a chart, I believe it's on page 173. It's got 5 different color bars on it, and it's our new inquiry program that we are using here at MSDB. And what had been happening at MSDB is, with our referrals to our campus, is there's so much that goes into a referral, with all the medical documents and the school documents that we need to have, and the parent documents, that it can be a long process. And unfortunately for kids, it was just taking a long time for some parents and for some schools to get us the documents, and we'd get to the end of the year and unfortunately not have kids in our school. So we went out and looked for this program, and we ended up purchasing final site enrollment for this program. And that is the document that you see in your packet, is where we're at. And you can see that this year alone, it doesn't look like big numbers, but to a school our size, they are. We've had 15 inquiries into our schools. So 15 people wanted to learn about our schools so far this year. And we just ended the first quarter about a week and a half ago. We've had 7 applicants. So what does that mean? We've had 7 of those 15 students that have inquired about our school. They are applying for our school. So now we're in that process of collecting all the medical work and the documents from the school. And then we've actually had one application complete, and now that one application is our new student on campus. So hopefully before the next time that we meet in January, we have 6 more students that are part of our school. So that's exciting. It's basically another way for us to track what's going on with our students here at MSDB and our referrals. And the good thing about it is it keeps people like me on my toes, because it will send me a reminder every week on what document's missing for what student. And it's also sending the school districts the same reminders. It's sending the parents the same reminders and things like that. So it's going to be a great tool. It's going to help us get kids in the door faster. It's going to help us increase our enrollment here. And then now we have the school buses to go get these kids from all over the state. I really hope to be at that number 50 before the end of this year. Right now we're at 42. So my goal is to have 8 more kids in this school before the end of the year, with everything coming together. 2 of the best things that are in your packet. One is on page 174 of your packet, at least that's the page number I think it is. And it shows 2 different pieces of Bobcat equipment, and not talking MSU there, Dr. McLean. I said I'd only say that twice. I'm up to 3. If I get through this presentation without saying it 10 times, I'll be lucky. But we have a community that's really starting to embrace what we believe in here at MSTB. And what that picture on 174 is actually, it's a contractor here in Great Falls that believes in what we're doing, and believes that blind and deaf students and deaf-blind students actually can be productive citizens in the U.S. So what that is in that morning, that company, Hoven Equipment is who the company is. One of them used to be Senator Hoven. They brought over the equipment here, and they let our young kids up through 6th grade go in and out of these equipment and play with all the buttons and stuff. So our younger kids were able to see all this equipment on our campus. And then later that afternoon, we brought all of our middle school kids and our high school kids over to where their shop was at. And we expected them just to let our kids see the equipment in action. No, their workers came out of this equipment. They put our kids in the equipment. So we had our kids running these Bobcats. And you're literally talking about blind students and deaf students running these Bobcats. The buckets in it was one of the coolest things that you've ever seen. And that's really opened up their eyes on what our students can do. And it's really triggered some things for us here and some other folks reaching out. So if you want to show a great picture of what can happen with students at the Montana School for Deaf and Blind, and with the CTE focus, well, there's a great picture of someone taking the time out of their busy day helping our students. And then the last picture that is there is, it's well known that we have a great connection with the Air Force Base here. They're awesome. And it's just a picture of the public schools here did not have, they were scared or something. I'm not sure, to have class on Halloween. I don't know what the big deal was, but we still planned on having class on Halloween because the candy's the next day, right? I wouldn't want to have class the next day. But we did that, but they brought over their rigs, and again, they let our kids go. And actually, if you see in that picture that I believe it's page 175, one of our seniors is up in the top there. I'm not sure what you call that machine, but he looks like he's ready to go to fight for MSDB. But that was a pretty cool experience too. So Board Member Schmidt, I've talked way more than my chest probably wanted me to right now. And I'm now going to move into the agenda action items unless there's any questions with the previous stuff. So any questions before I go into action items?
I don't see any.
All right, here we go. Action items. So the first thing I'll ask you to consider for action is our personnel action report, which is kind of bittersweet for me. Because of a name that's on here, but we're looking at hiring 2. We're now going to be fully licensed. I mean, not fully licensed, fully staffed for the first time since I've been here with our nurses by hiring Adeline Waskow We also have a scheduling secretary that it will be starting hopefully next week. We're just waiting on the fingerprints. We have a resignation of a paraprofessional. We wish Aubrey goodwill as she's moving on and trying a different venture. And then one of our residential advisor, Diane Moog's resigning. And for those of you that have been with us for a while, you might remember who Diane was. Diane's been the principal at MSTBE. She's been a teacher here. She's been an ASL mentor here. And she retired and we wouldn't let her retire. And now she's finally going to resign for good. But so you've probably recognized her name. We will miss her dearly. But the retirement, we're going to miss both of these retirements. But one is Jim Kelly, who's been here 41, 42 years, is retiring at the end of the year. And I'll come back to him for a minute. And then Linda Rains, who's been here for about 10, 12 years, is retiring December 12th. And we just actually offered her position to someone this morning and have a replacement for Linda. But I just want to spend some time on Jim. Is the foundation right now is doing a big project, a cottage project, a $250,000 project to remodel the cottages. Because to be honest with you, some of the beds and the bedding that are in our cottages are from when the school moved here in the 30s. So yeah, that's pretty bad. So the foundation is really putting a project together, a $250,000 project to get brand new beds in all of our cottages, update all the kitchens, all the furniture and all that stuff. And they're actually didn't know that Jim was going to retire, but since Jim has decided to retire, they're doing this in honor of Jim. So you'll probably see some things coming out in honor of Jim for this project for the cottage. For those of you that don't know, Jim has worked in the cottage all 41 years that he's been here. He's pretty much is the cottage in my opinion, but he's my historian that's leaving, and I'll greatly miss him, and I'll miss all the cat and that other team jabs that him and I have at weekly meetings. He'll be at the game this week. I'll send him with some tissues, but we'll miss Jim. So we'll ask you to approve everything but Jim's retirement on that personnel action plan. Then I'll ask you to approve an out-of-state travel for two of our young outreach consultants to go to the EDI, which stands for the Early Identification, Early Hearing Detection and Intervention Program. It's actually going to be paid for out of some funds that comes to us through DPHHS. I believe it's down in Jacksonville, Florida. It's a great conference. It's got all the new things that happens with early hearing, and now it's happening so fast anymore that you can't keep up with technology. So it's good that we have two of our new staff member going down there. And then the last thing I'll have you approve is just give me permission to sign that this was in front of you, the OPI discretionary grant form. One thing I do want to do on here, and thanks to board member Schmidt, let me know that there was an error on here, but if you go on page 4 of the grant, which I believe is page 43 in your packet, we did mess up a couple dates. So under the family learning weekends, that should say June of 2026. That's the only thing that should change. And then right below that, the sign language training, Braille training and materials, that should be August 25 to August 26 for $5,000. Other than that, the grant looks good. So with those board member Schmidt, I would ask that you approve those 3 action items, please.
Thank you. Chair Tharp, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please go.
I have 3 motions. The first one is I move to approve the MSDB personnel items as listed in the agenda packet.
Motion to approve the personnel action items. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a second? Any discussion?
I would like to note that if my math is right, Jim Kelly started at MSDB in 1984. Is that correct, Paul?
It's really 83 is what I heard. So
83. So think back, Lydia, think back to where you were in 1983, right? A lot has happened.
there's some people around that table, Board Member Schmidt, that weren't even here yet.
That's what they're whispering to me right now. So I went here with that.
And that's my entire career, Jim Kelly has been a kind of the face of MSDB. He's been the constant there throughout that whole time. And I think back, it's been over 20 years ago, with working tournaments and things like that. He was always a fixture there at that campus. So yeah, with regret, I will have to support the action item there. Any just further action on the personnel? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Reverend Schmidt?
My second motion that I would like to propose is I move to approve the MSDB out-of-state travel requests as listed in the agenda packet.
You got the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Slinger. Any discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online? Seeing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor of approving the out-of-state travel request signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Board Member Schmidt?
I have one more. I move to approve the OPI Special Education Discretionary Grant with the updated dates.
You heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We got a second by Dr. Houston. Any discussion? Thank you so much for your sharp eye and identifying those dates, especially since the small print on it. Any public comment or any other board comment? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All in favor of approving the OPI Special Ed Discretionary Grant signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Anything else on MSTV?
I have nothing else. Oh,
One comment?
Yes.
So, thank you. Paul, as I read through the cognitive report, but one thing, I just want to commend you. What a tremendous amount of work in doing that, but the one thing I wanted to commend you on was they called out numerous times significant praise for the culture and the climate at MSDB, and that comes from the top. I mean, it comes from you, and I just want to commend you for that, and just say great job.
Thank you, sir.
That's something else on the Cogni I wanted to point out too, as the board members, you might be looking through the rankings on the AER, the engagement review. It's graded on a 4-point scale, and MSDB got lots of 3s, and you might be thinking, well, Paul is just doing great work, so how come he's not getting 4? Well, it's made very clear by Dr. Elgart and the folks at Cognia that 3 is considered exemplary and is very, very cautious about ever using a 4 when you are doing the engagement review. And that 4 is reserved only for extreme examples of well above and beyond. So 3 is what, according to what the way they teach us how to conduct these reviews, 3 is the top. 4 is only meant for very special cases. And for Paul's team to get to 3s throughout all of that is signifying of excellent work as well. So please, we get so much into our numbers, we look, well, 3 out of 4, that's 75%, that's a C. Well, no, that is a solid A for Mr. Frithmeyer. Yes.
In our earlier conversations, we discussed wanting to make the teaching profession draw more people into it. And because we are lucky enough to be the school board of this wonderful school, we get to celebrate this gentleman who has put almost a lifetime of service into education. So I don't know if it's appropriate, but I'm going to stand and clap for him because we don't get to do it for other teachers who are retiring. So.
Thank you. And please make sure that he is at our meetings there in May. I've already had some side conversations with McCall, and we will recognize him.
Sure will.
All right, anybody have anything else for Mr. Frithmeyer so he can rest his voice until Saturday? All right. All right, thank you so much, Paul. Have a good day. Move on to item number 6, assessment committee. Our item number 6 is initial review and work session on the Early Literacy and Numeracy Advisory Council's recommendations pertaining to early childhood education standards. Lydia, do you have any student colleagues that you'd like to have part of that? That's this. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna have McCall to lead us through that. This is on page 176 of your packet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm actually gonna begin on page 178 of your packet. The proposed changes that are in front of you are the ones that are in conjunction with the proposed changes that we really discussed back in September. If you remember, sort of the first iteration was about the early numeracy evaluation methodology. This iteration is really about those early childhood education standards. We sort of took them in a couple of big chunks. On Friday, you'll see in your packet that we will go out for public comment with the entire package. So this is sort of phase 2 of that work. So I'm gonna sort of walk you through the red line just so you can see what some of those changes are. You'll notice that a lot of it is really striking out the word literacy. A lot of that is based off of some legislation that passed that removed literacy. Now we're really just talking about early targeted interventions. There was also another section that was really changed based on some ambiguity, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get there. So really 1063-101, the application and process, removing literacy just to align with the statute. In 1063-102 definitions, again, really just aligning with the statute, making sure that we're talking about literacy and numeracy. We're talking about reading or math. That language comes right from statute. In leadership, you'll see that both here and then in another section, I added early childhood education. That's because when we really went through the early childhood education standards, we made sure that when we were talking about the program, that we were talking about preschool program and we were talking about early targeted intervention program, and together, those are the early childhood education program. So when we're talking about both of them, we want to make sure that we're talking about the early childhood education program. So in this case, we're talking about the leadership of both of those programs. So that's why it's important to ensure that we're using that common language. And then when we get to 1063-104, again, just taking out that literacy language. 1063-105, you'll notice that this is really just updating that authorization and implementation statutes. We did that in some of them when we updated these statutes, I think last time around, but because we weren't touching every single one of the statutes or the rules, not all of them got updated. And so we're ensuring that we're doing that this time around. So that's the case for 105 and 106. All right, I'm gonna pause at 1063-107. So when we did this last time, this is the class size section. When we did class size last time, I think we aligned it a lot with the language that this board adopted when it came to class size for our accreditation standards. Now, that language, if you remember, said, I believe, what is it in here? Class sizes at a rate of 1.5 hours per day per student overload. It talked about qualified human resources, talked about fingerprint and background checks. Well, that language is incredibly confusing for 4-year-old programs. And the reason was because typically schools that had 4-year-old programs were used to a very different model. They were used to staffing them in a different way. We also then had this language that said, you can also have an overload of 5 students per classroom, but any more than that is considered excessive. So there was sort of some ambiguity here of like, well, can you go beyond 18? But then can you go beyond the 23? So it wasn't clear. So we worked together to come up with some new language here that we think is much more clear. And I will tell you, this language, I think, really kind of met in the middle between our folks from higher ed who really, teach to best practice and the model from what they know to be from both childcare and early care and education through 4-year-old programs, and then also our school districts who know that staffing is hard. And so I think we really tried to meet in the middle, and came up with finding consensus around what you see in front of you. There must be one appropriately licensed and endorsed teacher for 10 students, for up to no more than 18 total students in the classroom with 2 adults. Full stop, no more than 18. With classrooms exceeding 10 students, an early childhood paraprofessional is required at a rate of 1 hour per day per student overload up to 16. If you have 16 to 18 students, a minimum of 1 appropriately licensed and endorsed teacher and 1 early childhood paraprofessional are required. We also added a section 3 to really encourage school districts to exceed these standards for classrooms that are exceeding 10 students, and those staffing requirements beyond what's required in 2. So I'm going to maybe finish this section, and then if folks have questions, I'll come back to or I'm going to finish the rules here and then I'll come back to questions. So enrollment eligibility in 109, you'll see that we really just updated this. We added 1054 903. Those are those early numeracy evaluation methodologies. So that really aligns with what's in 901, that those are the early literacy evaluation methodologies. In 110, again, these just align with the changes that were already made. 111, nothing changed there. And 12, same. And then 115 was the other one I referenced around the early childhood education program. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn it back to you and see what questions board members have.
No, back to the one you were just describing.
Sure.
We experienced a lot of pain and heartache over any of these ratios when we dealt with chapter 55. Have you heard anything from the field regarding 63-107?
Have I?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I did hear, I heard from Lance Melton last session where he had heard from some folks that there was some ambiguity in trying to figure out what the right answer was. He's also on our advisory committee, so he helped ensure that there was no more ambiguity in the language.
Board members. Jesus.
I realize a lot of work has been done on this, so I'm not trying to undermine that, but I'm just making a comment. So the standards for kindergarten classrooms are 20 students. And from my perspective in a smaller district, these numbers are difficult for me to conceptualize, in part because that means 4 students would have to not be eligible. If my classes were maxed out, I would not potentially, I have 2 early literacy classrooms currently in Whitehall, and actually they are completely filled to capacity at 18 and 18, and we did have to turn away additional students because we could not fund a 3rd classroom. And so just, I guess, what was the thought process of changing that number from 20, which would match your kindergarten class sizes? Because essentially for districts at capacity, you potentially are not allowing 4 of your incoming kindergartners to access the early literacy program.
Mr. Chair, Board Member Neeskins, I think that's a good question. I think what the advisory council was trying to do was sort of meet in the middle. If you look at what ratios are for preschool programs, it's 1 to 10. And so when you see what our kindergarten ratios are, and you say 1 to 20, it was really trying to meet in the middle. And everything that we read as far as what's best practice and what's appropriate for developmental appropriateness for 4-year-olds says that you are supposed to align with 1 to 10. And so this is not that either. And so really trying to meet in the middle, recognizing that these are going to exist in schools and noting that, recruitment is difficult. The board already did make some, they allowed for educators with a K-8 license, K-12 license to teach these students, not even just a P3. So I think that the board is trying to recognize that there's other ways to try and, open this up. But I think rather than going with the kindergarten, they tried to keep it more aligned with what's appropriately designated as best practice with 4-year-olds.
Any other comment? Okay, so next steps then, Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm bringing this to you today, really wanting to answer questions that you have. You'll note that tomorrow, these will be included in the rulemaking package for your action. And then we'll go out for public comments. I can talk a little bit more about the timeline either today, tomorrow, whatever you want to do. Great, tomorrow works. And then we'll go out for public comment and do the whole rulemaking process at that time.
All right, very good. All right, anything else on this from chapter 63? All right, moving on from item 6, item 7. Next thing we go to is accreditation committee, and I hand things over to our accreditation chair, Board Member Quinlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 7 begins on page 191 of your packet. And it has, I'm turning over to Dr. McLean to talk about the FAFSA application.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd like to begin this conversation by again signaling a deep appreciation to you, members of the board, for continuing to work with us and be such strong partners in growing access to universities all across the state. I also want to use this opportunity to thank the Office of Public Instruction for their continued partnership on this college access effort. The conversation around college access and student supports truly looks a lot different in Montana than I think it does a lot of states across the union. It is simply because of those unique, strong partnerships that we all have and the belief that together we can do more on behalf of the students that we all serve. And so what you have before you is one version of a resolution that will be discussed and hopefully adopted here in the next few minutes. And it is a part of a conversation that will make its way tomorrow to the Board of Regents, where they will study a different version. And then on Friday, the Board of Education will take under its consideration another resolution. So what you have here right now is a resolution that does 3 things. It would basically resolve that the Board of Public Ed and would work with the Board of Regents and the OPI to encourage public high schools to strengthen FAFSA understanding. The second thing it would do is it would the Board of Public Education would support NUS direct admission effort to help students understand their post-secondary opportunities. And then the third thing is it would resolve that the Board of Public Education would encourage the OPI and OG to assist school districts in these efforts through technical assistance, data sharing protocols, and outreach to families and communities. And so 3 things right there that are outlined in the whereases of this. And just a couple of things that I'd like to point to that I think make this conversation so very important. If we look right now at the high school to college capture rate in the Montana University system, it's about 35%. So there's a lot of students who aren't landing on a campus in the Montana University system. Some of them might go to private, some of them might go to private colleges. But quite frankly, you'll hear a lot at the Regental table about how there's, between 50 and 60% that we're not sure really where they're landing. And so we think that this effort would be an opportunity for all of us to collectively work better together to support students to greater FAFSA completion and also to support a direct admissions efforts. Now, one of the things that I want to start off with is defining what that direct admissions effort would look like. And basically, right now, we're in talks with a couple of high schools to pilot this as early as next fall. And what we would like to do is work with them on a data sharing agreement that would allow for the Office of the Commissioner to obtain the directory information of the students as well as GPA data of the students so that we could communicate with these students early in their senior year, a direct admission notification letter. Signal to them if they have a GPA of 2.5 and above that they have been admitted to all of the campuses within the Montana University system, including our 3 community colleges. If their GPA is lower than that, then we would send a letter of direct admissions to students of their admission to any of our two-year campuses. But also with the promise that if they had to take developmental education courses, et cetera, to get onto one of our four-year courses, we would provide support for that route. And so really that's what we're trying to get to here is to signal to college, to high school students that the university system has a campus and a place for them. So we think that there's a number of benefits for each of the groups that would be involved. And so let's first talk about the students and their families. First of all, this resolution before you and the ones that will come after this are really designed to create supports that would reduce application barriers to college and application barriers to the FAFSA document. Additionally, we think it's going to grow an awareness that doesn't presently exist. And we've heard from our partners down at MSU Billings who have launched the direct admissions with the ACT information that they get by the students who marked the box. The students are reaching out to them and telling them, wow, this is amazing. I didn't think I could go to college, but they simply have gotten a letter from MSU Billings saying you've been admitted. And it has opened doors that students didn't see as otherwise open. Additionally, for students and their families, we think that this effort will maximize financial aid and provide clear pathways to that aid. And again, we're leaving millions of dollars on the table in federal aid that would otherwise go to support students to workforce preparedness, workforce development. And overall, both efforts, as outlined here in this resolution and the others, would simplify the process for students and their families. Now, for K-12 schools across the state, we think that this is a real opportunity for them to consider how they might improve financial literacy. And this is a conversation that I've brought over the last few years to this board. I know when Chapter 55 was open, we talked about how that could be even a greater presence because of this FAFSA piece. Additionally, we think for schools that this is an opportunity to encourage and foster positive post-secondary experiences for students. And also we think that it would free up resources for students and their families that might not presently be available. That would be a good win for schools. At the state level, we think that it would ultimately increase college enrollment. We think that it would help to build a stronger workforce. It would certainly encourage collaboration between our K-12 schools, our Office of Public Instruction, the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Ed, and certainly this board, and that's clearly laid out within the resolution. And also, I think it will get us to a place, perhaps not immediately, but perhaps down the road where we're at a better place to promote data-driven decision-making that will help all students, but will in particular help us to find those students who might be most at risk, not be thinking that there are post-secondary options for us. And so I just want to close with a few things. Both FAFSA and the direct admissions, they rely on data students have access to or have already shared with schools. FAFSA has been updated in the last couple of years, yet supports are still needed. And we know that a lot of schools through our arc of events and through the intentional efforts led by the university system, led by our campuses, led by our K-12 partners are happening all across the state to support greater FAFSA completion at the local level, having FAFSA nights, providing meals, etc. We think that this would make that even more intentional and grow and expand that effort. And then finally, just to this greater partnership that I think we all endeavor to see. I think that a resolution like this is just another step towards collective ownership of this conversation between K-12 and post-secondary education in the Montana University system. So that is really all of the pieces and important points that we think are important for you to know as you consider this resolution before you. It is a win for students, it's a win for K-12 schools, and ultimately it is a win for the state of Montana. As you know, we are continuing to work with the Office of Public Instruction. We have a plan right now in place for this spring's ACT with a Montana University system score report code. If students indicate that, we'll get their ACT scores, we'll get their directory information. We think that is a key component of this effort as well. And so this resolution would be another added piece to the very important effort that we're seeing across the state to grow college access, grow workforce development, and support students and their families. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Board Member Neeskens.
Regarding the directory information, obviously the GPA of the student is information you're seeking and their contact information. However, as a parent of 3 kids who went to college and 2 who just recently filled out the new version of FAFSA, which is much improved and much better than the previous version. There is a question that you encounter very early on in the, I think it's the first kind of critical question. And schools also have directory information which pertain to that question, which is, are you a homeless student? Are you a foster student? Do you qualify for free or reduced lunch meals? Is that also information that you would be requesting as part of the directory process, because it changes how kids fill out the FAFSA and how we guide them, or just strictly GPA?
I think, Board Member Neeskens, I think that is one of the most important questions that we have before us right now. I think if we could get to a place eventually with the Office of Public Instruction where we can match the directory information, eventually test scores, eventually GPAs, and we've been having some real early preliminary conversations around this with that free and reduced lunch. We think that then what we can do is in this direct admission letter, take it even a step further and say, based on this, this may be available to you. And we think that that's really where the pieces come together. The path that is set here and the acceptance and the recognition I can go is met with, I have the money to go. It's looking better than ever before. I don't think that we're there, and I don't think that this piece here gets us there, but I would tell you that that is, I think, the North Star of where we want to go. We want to take very careful steps to get there, build trust, try some things out, and make sure that folks come to understand the importance of FAFSA completion better and understand this overall notion of direct admissions better first. But that is, I think, truly the North Star. We think that there is power in that, in making that connection between. This opens up a whole door of perhaps Pell eligibility for you and other resources for you to go to college. Very good question.
Board Member Schmidt.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. Have you done a survey or reached out to parents or students to find out why they don't fill out the FAFSA?
Board Member Schmidt, members of the board, our team has not done a survey of parents and students. What we do is a survey each year of our counselors across the state. And a couple of things, I think, both around the Apply Montana portal, and I think FAFSA. Let's talk about the Apply Montana portal, which is the portal that's available 24/7, 365 days a year. Montana residents don't have to pay a dime. They can apply to all 16 campuses. What we've come to understand is that for a lot of our students, there is a lack of a connection of an understanding about all of the workforce training that is happening on our campuses and all of the industry recognized credentials that students can get on our campuses. So they might not be thinking that that's the best access point. They might think that they might need to go to a quote unquote trade school or technical school. Well, that is truly the work that is happening on our 2-year campuses and at the University of Montana Western and at Montana State University Northern in the Montana University system. So there's that piece. And then I think second, so you have those students who aren't seeing themselves as a fit for college already. So I think you've got that group. And then I think you've also, so they don't fill out the FAFSA. But then I think at the same time, I think you've got students and families for whom there is perhaps a great distrust about sharing some of that most intimate financial data. And I think this was a conversation that I had with the chair when he and I first met on this. And that is very understandable. One of the things that has happened with the FAFSA form and its evolution is that you can link to the IRS retrieval. And so basically you're linking to data. And so when I pointed to data that's already there, you know, by the students perhaps, you know, this is a conversation to have with students and families about the fact that this IRS retrieval tool is already built into the FAFSA. And I think that that's really key for families to know and understand, because I think there is a general lack of distrust about what if I put this out there, what are they going to do with it? Well, and I think part of the communication is that it's already there. We need to support you to that place so that you can connect to that IRS retrieval system that pre-populates, and then the FAFSA can get done. So I think that there's a couple of things, and that is really what we're hearing from our counselors is they're not seeing as college for them, and so they're not applying and they're not completing the FAFSA as we're providing some of these supports. And then also just there's this general distrust about that step in the FAFSA.
Thank you. Thank you. I do have another question.
And I would just close, I think that, but I think that, and it's all very, very complex. And I think that that's why we continue to support counselors. And I think we have 230 plus counselors on our list. We have all the public schools. We have some homeschool people who've dialed into our college access team. We have the private schools in Montana on our list. Very universal outreach, trying to grow the importance of this completion. And that's where this information is coming from.
Thank you. So my second question refers to the students who don't see themselves as college students. And if I think about the kids who don't see themselves going to college and they get a letter that said, hey, you're already accepted. Do you have plans to support those students even more? More than what's already offered, that each student needs to initiate a conversation?
Board Member Schmidt, members of the board, we absolutely do. And what I would tell you is that this initial letter that would go out would indicate, you know, should we get to this place, right? As per this resolution, should we get to this place, would indicate you have been basically conditionally admitted. You need to go take extra steps now. You need to go to Apply Montana and indicate the campuses listed from this list to which you might be interested in attending. And then once that connection is made with that campus or those campuses, that's where the one-to-one intensive support would happen for those students.
Thank you.
Board Member Rasmussen, good afternoon. You need to unmute.
I apologize again. I apologize for being late. It's good to see you all. I plan on joining you in person in January, since I will be a free person. My question revolves around this very issue that you raised, which is trust, which you say is the gold standard. I have real concerns because you're asking to collect information that's pre-FAFSA. In other words, once a parent has said, yes, my student can fill out the FAFSA and have signed off on that, that's different. They have acquiesced to the rights of collecting data. But pre-FAFSA, you're talking about gathering information like free and reduced lunch that not only belongs to the students, but more properly belongs to the parents, because the parents are the ones that apply for that. And I have real concerns with data collection without permission, so to speak. So I understand what you're trying to do. What you're trying to do is service the most people and gather the most people because you need population on your campus. I understand that. But I have real concerns about the way that you're going about this, almost as if you're shoving, and I know that you don't mean to be doing that. but almost as if you are gathering them in with such enticement that they can't possibly say no. So I want to know what kinds of protections are there for parents, and what you plan to do about parents. I come from Eastern Montana, and there's a lot of parents that are resistant. So tell me how you plan to deal with that.
So board member Rasmussen, neighbor, very good to see you, and I look forward to
Hi.
person in January, and a very good question. And I guess what I want to circle back is I was really trying to outline, I think, where we can go with this. But I think that the resolution and the 3 items in the resolution are really steps to get to a common place with the Board of Public Ed, with the OPI, with the Montana University system around encouraging high schools to strengthen FAFSA understanding, thinking about that approach. The BPE supporting MUS direct admissions efforts, growing that understanding, assisting school districts with all of these pieces that you just outlined is the 3rd piece. And we think that, yeah, there's a real communication piece behind this. And we have begun to have conversations with a couple of school districts. We're taking it very, very slow and carefully. But I think that that's what the 3rd be it resolved lends itself to, is making sure that this board works with the OPI, works with the OCHI to basically assist interested schools through any technical assistance, the data sharing protocols that you alluded to, and outreach to families and communities. And I think that we cannot say it enough. I think that last piece, outreach to families, is going to be perhaps one of the most critical pieces of our work, helping them to understand what it is we are trying to do with this effort, and truly the opportunities that we are trying to create. And so, I mean, I have noted your feedback, and I do think that that really is where perhaps the first bit of time that we spend ought to be spent, is thinking about how do we make sure that folks even aren't alarmed by the conversation. And I think that that's how this carefully crafted resolution was written. I think that that's what it was designed to do, was to make sure that we take a very cautious approach to this effort. But I also wanted to make sure that this board understood that, you know, this is kind of the nature of the direct admissions pieces that we're seeing roll out in other states, direct admissions efforts that are rolling out even at a campus in the university system, and also some of these FAFSA support efforts that are rolling out in other states. So I hope that helps with your concerns, but I think that this resolution is key to helping all of us get to a next important step in supporting schools and supporting families to understanding both of these efforts.
No, I'll be honest, I'm not really sure I want to go to that next step. You know, the collection of data is something that, you know, is talked about widely and broadly, and not just in relationship to colleges. And I'm not sure that a 17-year-old student, and many of them are 17 yet, has the personal right, nor should they have the right to sacrifice their private data or their parents' private data if they don't understand why. Schools may understand why, but they may not. And so I have really deep concerns about this, and I just want to voice them. As far as this particular resolution goes, I am mostly in support of it, and enough that I will vote for it. I will support it, but I'm not at all excited about the direction you're going. Not at all. And you need to know that clearly. I'm not sure that I'm dead positive that there are many board members that I know across the state that would be not excited as well. So I just urge you to make sure that privacy and retention of data is not something that and then there's the whole retention of data. So we could get into a lot of things. Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much for your time and allowing me to ask questions.
I would actually like to follow up on what Board Member Rasmussen just said, because I think we have some legal questions here in terms of data sharing protocols. I don't even know that a school district could enter into a shared data sharing agreement, which would release students' contact information, basically their address, I mean, and other means that you might use to reach students.
No, I think we can do that.
So I have questions about that, and the districts could not do that without some kind of parental approval of release of that data. I actually would like to turn it over to Board Member Neeskin. She and I were having a brief conversation about that.
I think for me, this most closely resembles what we do with military recruiters and how we allow them access to student data. And so just for context, I think that actually this could work if we use a framework very similar to that. And there is a local control aspect to that, which I like. I do think, so for example, in my district, parents consent to being part of our directory, which is our larger directory experience. We do not release the directory willy-nilly to any entity. So we first kind of sift out the parents who don't want any information released for any purpose. So let's say if we start with 100 students, the parents consenting to allowing just directory in general would be maybe 95. And then we do parental consent to allow, for example, their student to take the ASVAB, or their student to have information released to military recruiters. And certainly that number then dwindles. There are parents, as you suggest, who do not want their information being released to whatever entity. And I think there is still a space where this could work, but it would have to follow a model like that where parents are consenting to the release of information. The other thing that I think is unique when you are talking about students who are approaching military age and college age is the transfer of educational rights to 18-year-old students. And there would have to be some sort of thought given to that too, because at a certain point, a number of districts have a policy which says basically their educational rights transfer to them as an individual, and the parent really doesn't have the say in whether or not their child's information can then go to those entities. Those rights then reside with the adult child who happens to be a senior in high school. So I do think that there's thought to be given to it, but I think it could follow that model perhaps and still be successful.
Dr. McLean, what's your timeline for adopting this? Are you planning for this to go to the Board of Education meeting on Friday?
So Madam Chair, this is a little bit different than the one that's going to be adopted at the Board of Regents meeting, or the Board of Education meeting on Friday. It's been adapted a little bit to be relevant for the Board of Public Education here today. The one that you'll see in your packet, the very end of the packet for the Board of Education meeting on Friday has some references to a committee that's going to be created to sort of research some of these broader topics and really focus on sort of these two items around aspect direct admissions. So it is relatively the same. The idea is that Board of Public Ed would adopt a resolution, Board of Regents would adopt a resolution. Together they would adopt a resolution that has the language around that committee.
And is this resolution a necessary precursor to our action on Friday?
Well, Madam Chair, it follows the same process that you all did last year when you adopted the, I think it was reading proficiency, remind me what we did last year.
Encourage.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, it was the one that we did last year around math and math proficiency and the graduation requirements. So I leave that up to all of you, but it does follow the same process that we did last year.
Well, I guess I would, for myself, I'm really hesitating about the board being on record as a first reading of this. about the direct admissions initiative to the extent it could be releasing student information that proper permissions haven't been granted. So that's my major concern. Dr. McLean.
Board Member Quinlan, members of the board, thank you. And I think that that's such a very important concern, but I think that this resolution that you're looking at doesn't guide any release of anything. I was outlining merely what these pieces look like, the FAFSA completion supports, the direct admission supports, and what could ultimately move forward with this. Basically, what your resolution before you would do would work with, lead this board to work with the OPI and with OG to encourage public high schools to support greater FAFSA completion. The second part of it was to support the MUS direct admission effort to help students. And so that support could be in a multitude of ways. And that could be that third piece that we'll call this outline. That's that stakeholder group, where folks are going to be coming together over perhaps the next year to talk about here's what all of these protocols need to look like before a single ounce of data is shared. And really serve to guide these school districts to seek the good legal counsel and to make sure that we're following best practices. So I really think that your resolution here today paves the way for that, and for that later on support of school districts, etc. But that's really what it does. I mean, I don't think you as a board are signing on to tell anybody to share anything, and even the FAFSA, that's not what's going to be shared with anybody, in addition to more than who would share with now students completed that with the federal government. I think that what are the next best steps and what to organize this, what are able school ready to support, what are most across the state. Some listening stuff. And I think that maybe the distance because Kenny's better come.
Sorry, Dr. Tharp.
And thank you, Madam Chair. There's a few things on this. And I understand the hesitancy that some more members have on this. You should have seen the first draft. We had that the executive committee vetted that, and yeah, this is greatly changed from that. And I guess as chair, I'll also say if we're uncomfortable moving forward with this today, I don't think it's a required prerequisite for the Board of Education meeting on Friday, but I also would be happy to postpone action on this until Friday morning to give you more time to ruminate on this. But I would like to ask Superintendent Hedlund to weigh in on this. She was our previous representative on the Education and Workforce Data Committee, and of course still sits on that now in her position as well. So her time working with that committee predates my work on that committee as well. And these are those sort of questions that are being asked on that. Who has the data? Who owns it? What are the precautions? How is it shared? How is it all matched? And making sure that we're doing good work with it. So Superintendent, could you please weigh in?
Thank you, Chair Tharp and Chair Quinlan. I appreciate the opportunity. Yes, the 949 Data Workforce Board has been a great experience. We've made a lot of headway and talked a lot about how we can improve education outcomes across Montana by utilizing our data, but also making sure that we have all of the governance pieces in mind, and we have legal at all of those meetings. I also just want to mention that behind the scenes of this resolution, all of the details, all of the questions, like Renee Rasmussen, Member Rasmussen, thank you, brought up are very valid and are being researched and looked into in great detail by our data governance experts, OCHI's data governance experts, our legal teams. They've been having a lot of meetings to get us to this point. And although we were very enthusiastic about some of these efforts because we've seen great success in other states, we did have to back up and slow down our process a bit. And this is one way I believe, that we wanted to and let everyone know that these conversations are happening and bring more experts into the conversation, get more feedback and input as we continue. I just want to mention also that just yesterday, I got to hear a presentation from Indiana and just their letters that are going out based on the ACT scores, which we started in collaboration with OCHI, the OPI and OCHI this year. I hand wrote these facts and it's a little messy, so don't quote me on it, but wrote down that they had a 15% increase in their 2-year and technical programs across the state of Indiana after those letters went out, and a 6% increase in their 4-year colleges. And I believe, I would like to believe that that's because of those students that didn't know that they were eligible or maybe weren't considering it, then had that opportunity. So I think that those are the kinds of facts that we're hearing from our colleagues in other states about why we're getting excited about this. Although I understand that we have to make sure we are very careful in how we are going to get to that point and how far we're going to feel comfortable going in Montana. A few other things I would just want to mention on that note is that it's very important to us to increase all of our opportunities in high school and make sure that all of our parents and students know what opportunities they have in high school and what they need to do to prepare for those next steps in whether it's entering the trades or colleges or a 2-year college. Because even, just these last few weeks, while we were touring schools around Montana, I asked a couple of high school students, so are you in the dual enrollment section or are you just taking this course because you were interested in it? And they said, I didn't know I could get college credit for this. So some of the students in the class were earning college credit for it and some weren't. Some didn't know that that would have been an option. And I see that across the state, in my own, high school I was overseeing previously. I think we really need to have more of those conversations and empower students and parents to know what they have available, because we have incredible things going on in our public schools in Montana, and we need to make sure everybody knows what their opportunities are and how they can access them. So same thing in high school. I think we need to expand everyone's knowledge on what they have the ability to access and when they move on to the next level. So I think these are just really steps in the right direction that we're seeing nationwide, which I got to hear about many examples of. That one from Indiana stood out to me, so I had it right here in my notes and wanted to share that with you. But I also understand the importance of data governance and privacy regarding data. So I appreciate those points of the conversation. I will mention one other note I have gotten from other folks is that we do have other programs that are not under the MUS system, or just many different kinds of opportunities. So we will continue also to consider how we can include other colleges or programs that may not be within that, but also provide students with a great head forward in the workforce in industries, whether it's college or just entering our careers in Montana. So I hope I answered the data governance question all right, but we have been diving into these data governance components and trying to figure out how we can really bring all of our data together to empower our research and our educational outcomes across Montana for over 2 years now. So these would be great points that we can take back to that group. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I feel assured that the data governance conversations are going on. I just wanted to say that. I will call on Board Member Rasmussen, but I want to ask Board Member Comstock. Do you have any comments on these?
I guess I do. What I would say is that I think it's really great to provide my peers and the people around me with opportunities to be involved in the Montana University system, especially because it's really disheartening when people don't believe that higher education is possible for them. However, I am a little bit concerned not only about the rights of students, but also that if it's not communicated in a really precise way to parents and teachers, the same parents who are hesitant about filling out the FAFSA forms and who are unwilling to cooperate with their students, because of sharing information in general will be missed again by this effort to direct admissions because they don't understand how secure that data is and where it's coming from. So I think that it might miss over a key demographic of people if it's not specified very carefully and communicated in a very specific way. If that makes sense.
Thank you, Board Member Rasmussen.
Two quick points. Susie, I really support your the points that you made about, especially about Indiana, and they're not collecting data, they're giving information and what a difference that's made. That's really great. And I like that a lot. It apparently has just the communication of information that students kind of understood, but parents probably really didn't. That's really awesome. The second thing is the reason I support the resolution is because of all the whereases. I support all those. And I support the first resolve. What I'm concerned about is that it says that we are going to support the Montana Systems Direct Admissions Initiative. And that kind of dials us and locks us in. I think it would be more accurate to say that we want to be involved in the decision-making about the Montana University Systems Direct Initiative. Because, you know, that if we support it, which of course we probably would, but it kind of locks us into a direction that maybe if we have later concerns, we, you know, are, we don't have the wiggle room. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Board Member Slinger.
I really appreciate the discussion, and I think all of you have done a great job vetting it. I support the resolution. I will tell you at Miles Community College, about 38% of our students complete the FAFSA. We ask 100% of them to it, and all 100 should do it. They're in college, for God's sakes, and they should all at least complete it, but they don't. And when you asked why earlier, it's Eastern Montana mindset that don't like government, don't want to share my information. And God bless them. And I support the resolution. I was not a fan of the previous resolution, and I appreciate the rewording of it. I know the resolve that everyone's really struggling with is the support of their direct admissions initiative. I would just state that we're just saying that we support the initiative. We're not saying we support the policies within, which will be figured out between the legal teams at OCHI and OPI and all of that. So I have great faith in that, and a great faith in the ability of the superintendent and also the fine folks at OCHI. I think that'll be figured out. I think they have the same concerns all of you do. I truly do. I hope that it results in a massive uptick in FAFSA completion. That'd be great for everyone, but I support the resolution, and I just want to give you that little bit of fact on good old Eastern Montana Miles Community College stats, because again, we're about at 38%, and it should be 100.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please proceed.
I move to approve the direct admissions and FAFSA completion resolution.
I'll say it.
Got a motion and a second to approve the resolution as printed on page 192 of your board packet. Any further discussion?
One comment.
Board Member Schmidt.
My one comment is, you know, students and parents can say no. Offer the opportunity. Is my humble opinion.
Any other board members? Dr. Neeson.
For me, the resolution, what kind of ties it together, is the finally resolved, which states that, the Montana Office of Public Instruction and the Montana Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education will assist interested school districts. So this is voluntary. There's local control there. School districts can decide for them in these efforts through technical assistance. And this is the big one, data sharing protocols, which again, if those are worked out with legal assistance, I'm very comfortable in with both the superintendent's capabilities as well as OT's capabilities to do this. And outreach to families and communities, which is where you seek that parental consent. So I'm very comfortable, that I think that be it finally resolved, really clears up for me the concerns that I had initially.
Thank you. Any other board member comment? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All right, seeing nothing else, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion to approve the resolution as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great. Chair Quinlan, item number 8, and then after that, we will take a break.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 8, I'm going to turn it over to our Director, McCall Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an action item, but before you take action to adopt, I'm just going to give you a quick notice on the timeline. Assuming you all adopt the notice today, which should be really simple. We didn't receive any public comments, so it's really straightforward. It is just adopting what was proposed. We will file with the Secretary of State next week. The adoption notice will be published on December 5th, and then these rules will not be effective until July 1, 2027. And I think that's really important because I think there's been a lot of misunderstanding from when these rules are going to be effective and when the new standards for mathematics will be adopted. The mathematics standards are going into effect July 1, 2026. These are the new early English language arts and literacy content standards, which will be effective July 1, 2027. So spread the word far and wide. Wanted to make sure that you all have that information. Back to you, Madam Chair.
McCall, could you just take a minute to talk about the economic impact statement, and has that already gone through the legislative committee?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. The economic impact statement was presented to the Education Interim Budget Committee. I know that they did have some questions on some additional data that they had asked for from the Office of Public Instruction. I believe that they are working on gathering that and they'll bring it back to them in December.
So will that committee take this up again, or are we clear to go ahead and adopt the rules?
Madam Chair, we are clear to go ahead and adopt the rules. That does not impact us moving forward at this time. And frankly, I don't believe that their conversations at the last meeting stalled us moving forward by any means.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
I move to approve the proposed notice of adoption pertaining to rulemaking in Title 10, Chapter 53, English Language Arts and Literacy Content Standards, and authorize filing of the notice with the Secretary of State for publication in the Montana Administrative Register.
I second.
Motion and a second to approve the chapter 53 revisions. Any board member discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All right, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Before we have recess, how much time do we? You know how much more we've got on our schedule for today. How much time can we budget? 10 minutes? All right, we will take a 10-minute break. This board will stand in recess.
I need 10.
Call this meeting back to order. It's a meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. We are meeting in Missoula at 909 South Avenue West. This is the Missoula County Public Schools Administrative Meeting in their boardroom. And we are now on to item number 9. This is also on to meet the accreditation committee. So we'll hand things back over to our accreditation committee chair, member Quinlan. Chair Quinlan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 9 begins on page 198 of your board packet. And I'd like to welcome and turn it over to Crystal Andrews and Ellery Bressler.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan. Board Chair. Thank you, Chair Quinlan, Board Chair Tharp, and members of the board. My name is Ellery Hill. That's Hill for the record. That is a new change. I'm the Accreditation Research Analyst for the Office of Public Instruction. Before you today are the 25-26 variance to standards requests, which I believe begin on page 198 of your packet. The variance to standard process is outlined in the Administrative Rules of Montana, Chapter 10, 55, 604, which also describes the formation and duties of the Variance to Standard Review Board. That review board met via Zoom on October 30th and reviewed 13 initial variance to standards application. The meeting went well. We had all of the board members in attendance except for 2. And we also had almost all of the applicants, almost all of the applicants had a district representative there to attend, which is important in case that review board had any questions on their application. The board had asked them several questions, and they were very impressed with the innovation of the applicants using this process. They recommended all 13 of those to Superintendent Hedelin for approval. And an important note, if you reviewed the applications, one of the schools had 3 requests, and two of those requests the board could not vote on as they were requests regarding educator licensure. And as outlined in 604, the variance to standard review board cannot, the variance process cannot be used regarding educator licensing. Then OPI accreditation reviewed 5 renewal applications, recommended those to Superintendent Hedelin for approval as well. And now she is recommending the 13 initial applications and 5 renewal applications for your guys' approval. I believe these are separated in 2 action items. So I will start with the initial applicants and then I'll review the renewal ones from there. So beginning on page 198, all initial requests are for 2 years. We'll start with Billings Public Schools. The first one is for all the high schools within the Billings Public School District. The application request is a 1-year extension on the newly required graduation requirement of a half unit of financial literacy past the previous extension. Just a note, the board did pass a 2-year delay on the requirements for this graduating class and then 2026 was going to be the first year in which they were to show that on their records. Billings is asking for their first class to have to show it on their records as the 2026 graduates to be the first year to have these new requirements.
Ellery, could I just stop you? Because I understand you said these are all 2-year requests. But just to clarify, you're telling us with this graduation requirement for the Billings High Schools that it's a 1-year extension. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And the reason why is in order to meet the expectation on time, it would require 18 additional full-time staff members to service those classes. And it would significantly disrupt thousands of students' pathways for graduation, which were set prior to the rule change. And with educator shortages and budget decreases, this is not feasible. The workable reason, the district has already expanded the course offerings from 3 qualifying courses to 6 and plans to add 2 more next year. This gives the district time to manage enrollment, staffing, and course access in a realistic and sustainable way. Billings is ensuring that they are integrating financial literacy across the curriculum, ensuring students are gaining these skills even before compliance. 40% of the class of 2026 has already completed the qualifying course, and already 44% of the 2026 class has, with projections of nearing all 100% will meet that requirement by their graduation. Just to summarize, with nearly 17,000 students in the district, there are many moving pieces to a requirement like this. While Billings has made great strides towards meeting this requirement, this extension will allow them to maintain accreditation while continuing to serve their community without placing additional strain on budget, students, or stakeholders. Any questions on that? The next one is for the Billings Public Schools, the multilingual high school and middle school. And the request is to allow students enrolled to complete half their courses at the Multilingual Academy and the other half at a neighborhood school. This would be for the basic program offerings, 902 and 904, and then the graduation requirements in 905. And then they also have a request for library staffing as well. Just a note on that application, English, math, and social studies would be complete at the Multilingual Academy, and the other requirements, science, health, world language, CTE, arts, and the remaining graduation requirements would be complete at the neighborhood school. Library services would also be met at the neighborhood school, and students will have access to the full requirements. The reason why at Billings Multilingual Academy, the students receive intensive small group ELL instruction in 4 subjects. This utilizes available resources for students to have access to the full range of requirements while still meeting their expectations overall. This dual placement model ensures that all basic education program offerings and library services are met across both settings. It is efficient and sustainable while existing staffing and facilities are supported by research showing that multilingual learners thrive when provided both targeted support and opportunities to learn alongside peers. The next one is the Billings Opportunity School. This is a similar request. The application is for the basic program offerings 904 and graduation requirements 905. The application is to be able to meet the program offerings and grad requirements through the usage of on-site classes, online courses, and a hybrid schedule with neighboring schools. Currently, the Opportunity School has 2 English teachers, 1 social studies teacher, 1 special education teacher and aide, 1 math teacher, 1 science teacher, and a teacher to facilitate those online courses for credit recovery. And then they have part-time teachers for art, library, and PE. Workable reasons are this district already supports this model through its transportation system, and students will gain access to the full requirements just through maximizing resources, staff expertise, and facilities. Summary again, like a previous application, the students will have access to the full requirements. It would just be within the 2 schools or the online setting. And then the final Billings application is for the early college school, and it is a very similar request to allow for students to enroll to complete half a day at the early college and the other half at a neighborhood school. This would be for the 904, 905, and the library. At the early college school, students complete English, math, and dual credit courses through MSU Billings. Then the remaining half the day they complete at their neighborhood school to meet the rest of the graduation requirements and have access to the library media services. Students have access to all the required graduation requirements and services instead of just at the early college. They would utilize that neighborhood district or neighborhood school. Again, the district already supports this model through its transportation system, and it'll allow the early college to focus resources on providing high quality instruction in English and math with a focus on college readiness along with dual credit course offerings. And Billings is actually online if you guys had any questions about this application.
I actually have a question about the 3 that all had sort of the similar variance requests. I don't understand why this is a variance to standards. The students are still getting the full high school program. What makes it, it's 2 schools offering it? Is that why it's a variance?
Yes.
Okay, and does that have any implications for assessment?
No.
And student performance?
So assessment is based on their primary enrollment. So where they're primary enrolled is where they would take their state assessment.
So the charter school is where they're gonna take, okay. Thank you. We have people online, if anybody from Billings would like to make a comment now, it's probably the right time to do it. Jerry Hine.
Yes, this is Cheryl Hain from Billings Public Schools, and thank you very much for your time. The reason that this hybrid structure for the public charter schools is a variance to standard is because as we designed these charter schools, we designed them with this hybrid structure in order to efficiently utilize district resources. For example, I wrote the charter school application for the Billings Early College School. And that way we did not have to duplicate a high school gym. We did not have to duplicate high school science labs. And we also found in our research of early college schools, most of those did not offer any music, sports, clubs, activities, world languages, which would not have worked well. We wouldn't have gotten students to sign on board if they had to choose between giving up those things in order to have this opportunity. Our goal is to expand opportunities for students, not limit them. So by efficiently using our district resources in this way, students still get access to absolutely every course that our accredited high school district has to offer without duplication. However, when we went to go do the Teams report last year, the Teams report uploads based on course offerings. Because the early college school does not offer every course that our district offers within our building, we were coming up as an accreditation deficiency because we weren't offering all of those things. However, every single student has access to every one of those things through the hybrid structure. And so we were being creative, flexible, and efficient with district resources in expanding opportunities for students, not limiting them. And it has worked very well. It just doesn't reflect in our accreditation reporting through Teams. So the variance to standard would allow us to, because there's no way otherwise I would literally have to go in, and thank you to Crystal who spent hours with me last year working on this. We would have to go in and enter every class in our master schedule just to show that they have access to it, but there wouldn't be teachers attached. It would be an inordinate amount of work because to show both schools doesn't reflect in that upload to OPI. Kids have access to it. The same with library services. The students have access to full library services through their area high school. And so we didn't feel the need to duplicate that.
Great, thank you for that explanation. Lisa, Board Member Schmidt?
So this sounds like it's not a variance issue, it's an accreditation reporting issue, and we need to modernize the reporting programs.
That would be wonderful.
Are we talking about the wrong thing?
So at this time, that was the remedy that we were advised. And here's what I will say, OPI, as has the Board of Public Ed, since we were part of the very first round of public charter schools. And last year was the very first year of offering those. And so there were things we did not write into our public charter school application because we didn't anticipate that we would not be able to reflect it in the Teams reporting and the accreditation process. So this is the remedy that we currently have at hand. So we are requesting that be honored. And OPI has spent countless hours with us to try to honor the spirit of the public charter schools and what we're trying to do and how good it is for kids. And the same with the Multilingual Academy. Those students, because of the nature of the hybrid program, if they did every class in the BMA and had no exposure to their peer group, that would actually be detrimental to those students, and that's not what we're trying to do. So we're very appreciative of our partnership with the Board of Public Ed and the Office of Public Instruction, and this is the remedy that we have at hand today.
Thank you again. Crystal, I guess I have a question for you. It sounds like Billings on the leading edge of this, but they can't be the only charter school that has this issue. It seems like we've read a fair number of applications where they talked about students would go back to the homeschool in order to have some of the elective classes. So how are these going to be? Do we have a bigger issue here that the board needs an understanding of?
Chair Quinlan, I honestly am not sure. I don't think that it's a bigger issue. I think the data collection could be looked at and, obviously we're working through that with our educate team. But as they said, we are helping assist in making it, work for them. It's workable at this moment, but I don't think it's a larger issue in terms of the duplicate schools or anything like that.
All right, thank you. Ellery, would you like to, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Remember, Chair Clark.
Thank you. I got a, I guess, very pointed question for Billings. I and my friend and colleague, Superintendent Rasmussen on this board are always being the ones to remind everybody, you got to make sure you know how this is going to affect those schools out in the middle of nowhere with the lone administrators doing everything, including shoveling the sidewalk in the morning. And yet, and so I'm wondering why our largest school district in the state is not in a position to be able to fulfill the requirement for financial literacy. So again, my background is entirely small rural. I can't wrap my head. I mean, you're talking about 18 FTE short. I never had 18 high school teachers at any district I ever led. So you're talking, the scales are completely different. So can you explain to me what your impediments have been, why you need a variance on this requirement?
Well, yes, and actually in the beginning, when this was first proposed, Billings Public Schools has our board policy that says any changes to the graduation requirements occur with the incoming freshman class. And so this law was put into place after we already had, like, our students who are seniors this year had already completed their freshman year. So we have been, ever since this law was put in place, we have been making strides, as Dr. Olszewski wrote in that application, to put opportunities in place. However, our students who are graduating this year did not know that was an expectation in 9th grade. That is why the request is simply for 1 year, so that we can align with our own board policy and allow our students after this year to be able to meet that requirement. We have every intention of meeting that requirement. However, our own policies and procedures allow for such changes to graduation coming with a new incoming freshman class, because as you state, as a large district, putting that many opportunities in place for an incoming freshman class of thousands of students, or that takes some lifting to do and some longer term planning. That's why our request is for the 1 year variance.
Board Member Nieskin.
The application is very focused on Billings School District having to provide the instruction and the staff. I'm curious if you've discussed with the colleges and universities the options they have to meet the needs of students, particularly for your school that is college readiness based. Because I know there is for sure, at least one AA school district that I'm familiar with that is actually kind of has all of their students taking, I believe, through Miles City Community College, personal finance. So just curious if that discussion has occurred.
Yes, we partner very closely with MSUB right here in town. At this time, one of the challenges that we run into on that end, with accreditation, it's still an accreditation issue. In order for something to be counted as a core high school graduation requirement, the college instructor has to have a Class 8 license. They don't. The college instructors at MSUB do not have a Class 8 license. We also have, and that's something that we are working with MSUB on as part of the Billings Early College School. This partnership with MSUB is strong, and we have done a lot of work and done a lot of progress with them, including launching this last fall the direct admit pathway that I heard you speak to earlier, right here in Billings as a pilot. And so those are options that we have explored, but most of our students in Billings, we just needed time on two ends. Number one, to build the capacity to have enough offerings for the number of students we have. And number two, to communicate with students and their parents what those expectations were. I would say at the heart of this is more about that issue, about changing the rules on students once they're already in high school and already have worked on a draft 4-year graduation plan, and then they have to fit this in. I believe the application speaks to, we have, I think, about over half of our seniors are there, but they're not all there. And I'm sure the intent of this was not to, I mean, we certainly don't want to put these kids at risk of graduation because of the time it takes for a larger district to shift those resources. A lot of the classes that meet that financial literacy requirement are in the area of CTE. And I'm telling you, we have unfilled positions in that area right now. There aren't that many business teachers out there. So we are continuing. That's why we're looking at offering other classes to meet that requirement, so that kids can have the opportunity to meet it in a variety of ways that aligns with the expectations. But it has, because of the timing of it, wanting to have our current seniors. Yes.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask you to wrap it up, or if we could move on, we've got to get through a few more things here. So I think you've answered the question.
Awesome.
And let's move on to Cascade Public Schools.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan, Board Chair Tharp, and members of the board. We're moving on to Cascade. This is a library request, similar that you've seen in the past. The request is to utilize a contracted library in place of a librarian in place of hiring a librarian on staff. The elementary school has 146 students, and the other two are less than 125, which would indicate a total FTE requirement of 0.52 FTE for the total library requirements of the district. The contracted library will provide mentoring and support to a para, which will be staffed to maintain the library services on a daily basis. This structure ensures that the library builds capacity and students will retain access to the library and resources, and the mentorship between the contracted librarian and the para will ensure that there is a lot of support. This is a district that has had a hard time hiring a librarian for several years now. Clancy Elementary, this is an application to utilize a combination principal and superintendent for the administrative duties, which is 704 and 705, and then to employ one full-time librarian to service the PK through 8 students, which is 709. They have 31.5 licensed staff FTE, which is just above the superintendent threshold for being 1.0, which is 31 licensed staff FTE, and the library requirement is 1.001 library. The district current administrative structure of one full-time principal and one principal/superintendent adequately serves the needs of the district. And the superintendent is actively involved in the day-to-day operation of the school, and the district with their 1.0 librarian that adequately supports the needs of the students. The next one is for Elijah Elementary. This is for the middle school and the elementary school. This is to have 1.0 FTE principal to serve as the administrator for the combined student population of 450, all housed in one building. They need 1.25 to cover all their needs. And the school, since the school is in one building and the superintendent is also in that building to support as well. This one was pending board approval, but we did get that approved board minutes on November 4th. So they did get it approved by their board. Frontier Elementary, this was the district that did have 2 applications that their variance to standard review board did not vote on because they were regarding educator licensure. So the remaining application was to operate with a contracted counselor at 0.75 FTE. The requirement that they have is 0.39 FTE, but it has to be a staff because their district is over 126 students, which is the threshold for that contract for contracting that position. The current contracted counselor has increased time from half time to 0.75 time. This is a individual who has been with the district for 17 years. They just had an increase in their student enrollment due to, several varying factors. They also have a staff member working on earning her counseling degree to be able to serve in this capacity in the future. Hardin Public Schools, this is for the Bighorn Academy to utilize the services of the Hardin High School in lieu of hiring a part-time librarian. The requirement is 0.001 FTE for the school with an enrollment of less than 126 students. Bighorn Academy is located near the Hardin High School campus, which employs a full-time library media specialist, and the Hardin High School library is open throughout the day, allowing equitable access to all students. It is right next to the high school and the middle school. The next one is for Helena Flats, and this is library as well, to utilize a 1.0 librarian to cover all the district's library needs. They need 1.001 as outlined in ARM for their breakdown of their enrollment. The elementary school is at 256 students, which is 6 students over that threshold. They are located in one building and does not see the overage as it creating a difficulty for this current staff to handle. The next one is for Lewistown Public Schools. This is for their charter, the Central Montana CTE Academy, to utilize the services of a 1.0 FTE librarian employed at Fergus High School. The requirement for them is 0.001 FTE, and the majority of the houses for the CTE Academy are housed at the Fergus High School, where the students have access to all the resources. And the combined enrollment is 362 between the high school and the charter, which is well within the parameters for one school. The next one is also for Lewistown Public Schools, and that is for the 7-8, and then the district as a whole and the curriculum coordinator. So it is to utilize an existing library FTE in lieu of hiring a 0.5 librarian at the 7-8. And then for the curriculum coordinator, it is to utilize a current administrative staff for curriculum coordinator in lieu of hiring a 1.0 full-time curriculum coordinator. Their requirement for the librarian at the 7-8 is 0.5 FTE at the high school, 0.5 FTE for the library, and then 1.0 for curriculum coordinator. For the library variance, the school has been trying to hire a part-time librarian to no avail. They're utilizing highly qualified paraprofessional to meet the educational needs, and that para has support from other staff librarians. This para has also served in the position for several years, and if enrollment projections keep like this, the school will be at less than 250. The curriculum coordinator, due to downward trend in enrollment, the district will likely fall below they have 102 licensed staff right now. They'll likely fall below that soon. And the district has a process that meets the needs of the curriculum review, assessment, and adoption, and has a process to meet the needs of the curriculum review and assessment and adoption. A diverse committee chaired by a licensed school administrator reviews, revises, and recommends curriculum changes and adoption. The committee is comprised of the teacher representatives of all grade levels, members of the board of trustees, and administrators. Curriculum meetings are posted and open to the public. This district process has been effective for the past several years. And then the last one is for Marion Elementary, for the elementary school, and then the 7-8. This is to have no library media service FTE. Their requirement on the application said 0.5, but when I actually looked into it, they only are required for the whole district 0.002 FTE for each school, since both schools are at less than 126 students. This school will have a qualified staff under the direct support of the superintendent/principal. They have been trying to hire this position and have been unable to do so. They do have a transition plan in place, with their 4th grade teacher being committed to pursuing that library licensure in the next school year. And that is the last of the initial.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Board member Rasmussen.
Just really quickly, this number 13 seems to be fewer than in past years. Am I correct?
It's been more. It's kind of scaled up as we have, like, in the last couple of years, it's been like 5 and then 12, and then this year's been 13 applications.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was more like 21, but thank you.
Any other board member questions? Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the initial applications for a variance to standards request as listed in the agenda packet.
Got a motion to approve the list of variances as in the packet. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Rasmussen. Board discussion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to recuse myself as I'm the superintendent of Marion Public Schools.
I have a comment, a couple of comments. First of all, regarding the Billings financial literacy thing, I feel like there's been an opportunity to use that curriculum, develop it. You've got some partnerships that are right down the road. Other schools managed to do it. I think Billings ought to be able to step up and find a way to teach kids how to handle their money. I have a philosophical problem with eliminating counselors and librarians. I think we talk about mental health all the time. We have our student board member saying that students ask for more mental health. I think it's important to maintain our minimum requirements for counselors. Librarians are the same way. We need kids to know how to evaluate information, how to evaluate AI. We have those minimum standards for a reason. So I have a hard time with that. Clearly, with our charter schools coming into play and having kids part-time here and part-time there, we need to reevaluate our accreditation reporting. I mean, that's a clear need to me. So we need to address it there. But since we're voting on all of these as a package, I'll vote.
Thank you. Other board member comment? Dr. Slinger.
I'm gonna vote to support, but I agree with board member Schmidt. I don't like it. I don't like the I know you're doing a lot of great work in Billings, but I don't like the fact that we haven't been able to figure out a pathway forward to embed financial literacy in one of the courses necessary to get them through in a timely manner as other school districts throughout the state. I realize you're very large and it's not about partnering with us but it's just, to me, it just, I know you're doing good work. I know you're good people. I just find that argument disingenuous. I think it's embedded in other courses. You figure out pathways, you be creative and so forth. But I'm gonna vote to approve it because I hear you and I want to give you every opportunity. And yeah, but if it comes again next year, I absolutely will not vote for it. So, and as far as these other ones, it's clear to me that a library specialist and all these are such difficult positions for schools to try find that we just gotta make a considered effort to try make more available, figure out pathways, figure out partnerships that bring forward that. Because my gosh, I mean, 3/4 of the list was library specialists. So just trying to find out creative ways, whether the collaborations between school districts, whether there's just other ways of doing it. So, but as I said, I'm going to vote in support of the road.
Member Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. I will say it, Dr. Slinger. I was disappointed to see that Billings had not partnered with you because you do offer classes. I'm not sure you could have serviced them all, but maybe you could. I didn't see that she said that they had tried to partner with Montana Digital Academy either, which also offered classes. So I do not think that they explored their full range of options, like many in small schools have had to do, not being able to provide exactly the same method of delivery that they have in the past. Having said that, I do understand, and I'm pleased to see that you are experiencing the same thing that small schools are. I think that puts us more on an even footing. Having said that, I agree with you that it's not good to shortchange students in counselors and in librarians. I've worked for 15 years as a superintendent of small schools, and it's just you have to have people to take your job. And I'm not even saying to apply, because no one in a small school waits for someone to apply. You search them out, and still you may not find someone. And so I understand the small schools, and I do know that having been there, that we do our very, very best and make sure that those that are replacing librarians especially have training, that, and there is training, and have someone to oversee them. And so I'm fully in support of this. I'm disappointed in Billings Public Schools, and disappointed they didn't directly answer your question. I think it was Ms. Neeskens, or who was it? Whoever it was. Brain doesn't quite work yet. But I will be voting in favor of it. I just want to say that I have sympathy for all the small schools, and maybe Billings Public School will gain some sympathy for them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rasmussen. Any other board member comment? I guess I was also researching to find out exactly where this, the origins of this, and if I recall, Director Flynn can correct me. It's originated in House Bill 535 during the 23 legislative session. And if I recall, we worked with the legislature and asked them to stay in their lane, we'll stay in our lane. They did put in a definition of what financial literacy was, but it specifically amended 20-7-111 to say the basic high school instructional program may include, but it's not limited to, and this was part of an assurance from us that we would be changing the accreditation standard. So the legislature gave us a may, and we are the ones that, keeping it within our lane to oversee public schools, we made it a graduation requirement. And so I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to get ourselves sideways, especially with our attorney at the table here, with the Montana legislature in granting a waiver on this rule when it could be a violation of state law, and it is not. And so, but I do share the hesitation of my fellow board members, and I will support this because I have continued to tell administrators all over the state that the most underused lever that they have to do good work within their schools is the variance process. And I encourage schools all the time to be looking at ways, what are the impediments that you're seeing? What are you not able to get done? And can you use a variance in order to do that? So I will support the motion, but again, I'm disappointed. But yeah. So, any other board member comment? Yeah, Dr. Neeson.
Just to echo all the comments, I agree. I'm also disappointed. There was a comment made that, the requirements got changed midstream. That happened to every sophomore in every district in Montana. And they leveraged resources such as Digital Academy, partnerships with colleges that do have a Class 8 certified person, and other things. So I'm in the same place as Dr. Slinger. If we see this again next year, I will not be voting in favor.
Any other board member comment? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All right, and also noting that due to variance number 13, that their superintendent will not be voting on this. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. No.
We have all in the affirmative. Board member Schmidt votes against it, and we have one member, as previously noted, who is abstaining. So motion carries. Anything else for Ms. Andrews and Mrs. Hill?
Yes, thank you, Board Chair Tharp. We actually just have to do the renewals very quickly. There are 5. I will try to get through them quickly for you. These are renewal applications for 3 years, and they begin on 210 of your packet. The first one is for Eureka Public Schools, which is Eureka Elementary and Eureka Middle School to be exact. And it is to utilize a 1.0 librarian between the 2 schools, and for the 2 schools to utilize 8.5 FTE of a licensed counselor as well to share that. The library requirement is 1.001, and the counselor is a little over 1.0. The schools are co-located, allowing for efficient scheduling of licensed staff. and the counselor is supplemented with the access of highly qualified paraprofessional. Families reported satisfaction with the current variance in the schools looking to maintain that. The next one is for Hellgate Elementary, which is Hellgate Lower 2 through 3, Hellgate Primary, PK through 1, and Hellgate Intermediate. This application request is to have 2 full-time certified librarians on staff and to utilize a paraprofessional who holds a current teaching license and has been providing library services for 3 years. There are 4 educational buildings hosting students on the 43-acre campus. All buildings are separated by 100 to 150 yards. The requirement that they have, when you look at the schools separately, is 3.5 is what they would need for a library. But if you look at the combined enrollment of 1496, they would actually only need 2 librarians if it was just one school. The school's location, the reasons it's workable in the school's location, they already have the 2 certified librarians, and then they have that 1 para who does hold a teaching license. And they have been providing that service for 3 years. And they have utilized this in the past, and it has been proven effective. The next one is for Independent Elementary and Independent School. This is for 1 administrator to serve as both the superintendent and a principal in place of the standard requirement for those separate positions. The requirement is a superintendent of 0.5 FTE and a principal of 1.0. The combined admin has provided a workable and effective leadership structure, and the application was originally sought due to budgetary constraints. While 1 admin carries both roles, they do have the support by providing stipends to teachers who assist in admin duties. The collaborative approach ensures that the daily needs of the students and staff are met. The next one is for Shelby Public Schools, for Shelby Elementary School, and that is to have 0.5 library media specialists when the requirement is 1.0. The school maintains a 0.5 librarian and a full-time para for the library to make up for the missing 0.5 FTE. The staff librarian has over 25 years of experience, and the current setup meets the needs of the students. And then the final renewal is for Three Forks Public Schools. This is for all of their schools and is to continue to utilize 2.0 librarians to cover all the library needs. With 1 campus and 2 libraries, adding additional staff is not feasible. Any questions on those?
Are there any questions? Thank you, Hillary. Are there any questions from board members? Board Member Rasmussen. Oh, you're muted, Renee.
Thank you very much, Board Member Quinlan. Thank you for looking out for me. I really have concern that these are for 3 years. I understand why, but it really gives the schools no incentive to come up with a solution that actually meets the needs in 3 years. I'm especially concerned with the Three Forks where they're no, number 5. Yes. No. Which one is the one that had? Oh, yes. Number 3. The superintendent principal. That's a lot of load for a person and a half. And I would, or 1 person for a 1.5 position. And I would, I'm really concerned about that, our granting that for 3 years with them not having any plan to, that they've come up with to mitigate that. So I just want to comment on those. The 3 years seems to me, some of them make sense, you know, with a 0.1 or 0.2 or 0.3, those make sense. But some of the other ones that are kind of a little stretchy, I have real concern about.
Any other board member comments? Board Member Maxwell.
You probably said it and I missed it. What is the student count for Independent Elementary?
I do not believe it was in the application.
I'm only asking because as a current superintendent and principal, the student count workload is pretty relevant regardless of FTE, so I was just curious.
I did find it, Member Maxwell, Board Chair Tharp, it's a student population of 290 students.
A lot, thank you.
Board Member Tharp.
I just, the Google, you can find so much information on. I just pulled up Independent Schools, their latest newsletter, and they say Independent School is requesting a continued variance that requires full-time principal, half-time soup. This year, we continue to need the variance as Mr. Christopherson, the new principal, has returned to the classroom when no qualified teacher could be found, leaving Ms. Chenard to continue in the combined superintendent principal role. And so it looks like they had to make the tough decision of, like so many of the superintendents around the room have done, is that our focus is gonna be on the kids, absorb more administrative duties for the benefit of the students in the classroom. So that looks like that's what they have done for this year.
Board Member Schmidt?
Is there a way to modify this to 1 year to address Board Member Rasmussen's concerns? I
had the same question, I guess, does OPI have a response to that?
Thank you, members of the board. It just as outlined in ARM that the renewals are for 3 years, so. Which is in ARM 1055-604.
Thank you. Yeah, there are rules.
I was pretty sure that was the case, but it doesn't mean that it's right.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Board Member Rasmussen?
Oh, thank you. Excuse me. I was pretty sure that was the case, that it was for 3 years, but that doesn't mean that a mandatory 3 years is always right.
Crystal.
Thanks, Chair Quinlan. So I do see it in ARM, and it does say that if the Board of Public Education concurs with the superintendent's recommendation, it may renew the variance for no more than 3 years. So I believe we have our lawyer here, that means that you could do it for less. Thank you.
Board Member Maxwell.
I did want to clarify, I did look and independent school does have the teaching position open, so hopefully this variance won't be needed for long and their admin can return to the office. Just so there's some information.
Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to make a motion that includes the renewal, approving the renewal request for independent for 1 year, and then they would come back to the board if they wanted to continue it. Or how does that work? They can do that, okay, as long as it's not more than 3 years at the point.
Yep, certainly.
Okay. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please proceed.
Okay, I move to approve the renewal applications for a variance to standards request as listed in the agenda packet, with the exception of independent elementary, whose renewal request would be approved for 1 year.
I second.
Second by Board Member Rasmussen. Board member discussion.
So once again, I'm philosophically opposed to reducing library media services and counseling. The reason that I can see that this will work is just because all of the schools are near each other. And so there's some efficiency there. And I fully support the 1 year extension for independent schools.
Other board member discussion. Superintendent Headland.
Thank you. Just for business clarity, I would just make a note that I agree with the updated recommendation for and now recommending the 1 year to the Board of Public Ed. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yeah, and I just pulled up 1055 604 right now and reviewing it quickly. So and I agree with Board Member Schmidt, is that philosophically, we would ideally like to have schools always meeting these standards and always getting the right number of staff that are expected, but it doesn't always happen. And also, especially with independent school, I have not Googled their salary schedule, but I imagine that they're competing with Billings Public Schools on a regular basis for staff and trying to convince people to stay there when I could say with pretty good certainty that they can make better money if they're working for school district 2 than they are working for independent. And so that's a challenge that so many of the small schools surrounding the local communities face. So, but it sounds like they're doing everything that they possibly can to try to find a position. They recognize that they'd rather not. And they continue all due diligence, I certainly would have no problem extending them again for another year, assuming they can do the due diligence. And I just note for board members that specifically says at the a school district may discontinue an approved variance at any time. If it does so, it shall promptly notify the superintendent of public instruction in writing. So any school district that finds themselves not needing a variance anymore, they just let Superintendent Hedlund's office know, and they say they were compliant, that's all good. Dr. East.
As a former member of the Variance to Standards Committee, I do know the process that happened before this. I would ask in the future for the renewals, if that committee would make a recommendation to us about whether they want it to be 1, 2, or 3 years.
Member Neeskin, Board Chair Tharp, members of the board, it is actually outlined in rule that they do not review those renewal applications.
Okay, so then your office would do that.
All right, thank you for that clarification. All right, any other board discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online? Oh, wait, public comment?
Yes. This is weird, so I'm gonna just, I'm sorry.
Right there where the ladies sit.
Sure.
Thank you. My name is Tricia Seifert, for the record, Seifert. And I just listening to the variances and the repetitive number of variances, particularly for librarians. I felt moved to provide public comment today because Montana State University has an extraordinary online school librarian certificate program. And so I want to share that with you so that you may share that further to those schools with variances, seeking variances, and having difficulties, because we have an opportunity to help those who are in current in-service teacher positions become licensed librarians. And it's a 21 online credit-based program that can be done largely in summer, as well as throughout the school year, working with a mentor librarian. And so as we move into an era where AI is the norm, and understanding how to really make good, thoughtful, ethical decisions around information and information literacy, I think our librarians are key to that discussion. And I felt really called to share with you the kinds of online programming that our programs at our educator preparation programs are providing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seifert. Any other public comment? Any public comment online? Seeing that, we'll proceed to a vote. Note that the motion was to approve for 3 years, all of them except for independent, which is a recommendation, which is just for the 1 year. All those board members in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Right, thank you. Right. Item number 10. And this is still with.
Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Crystal and Ellery.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan, Board Chair Tharp, and members of the board. These are going over the corrective action plans. There are 2 districts with 3 schools between the 2 of them. These are the 2 that you did not approve last time. So I believe I will turn it over to Lane Deer Public Schools to present theirs first.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. My name is Victoria Fallsdown, and I'm the superintendent for Lane Deer Public Schools. And I'm here to present the corrective action plan for Lane Deer School grades 7 through 12. Lane Deer was identified 7-8 deficiency status, grade 9 through 12, and advised status. The root causes include gaps in conceptual understanding, misalignment between assessment items and proficiency targets, lack of actionable formative feedback, inconsistency in instructional practices. The goals that we have set is to improve student achievement by addressing deficiencies in content mastery, enhance instructional alignment using item analysis, implement proficiency-based education, which is PBE, to ensure mastery in learning and setting learning targets, establish teacher collaboration to strengthen data-driven instruction, Each of the strategy steps and action steps that are in number 3. The first one is focus area, data-driven instruction. Conduct regular item analysis on formative and summative assessments. Use item analysis results to revise or remove low-quality test items. The ones that would be responsible for that would be teachers. With the data coach, we hired a curriculum coordinator who will be helping with the data coaching. The timeline that we would like to set for each time we have data huddle is what we call a data huddle. Teachers coming together to look at the data to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. Expected outcome is to identify misconceptions, adjust instruction, improve validity and reliability of the assessments. And one of the things that we also kind of elaborated on is every week there'll be formative assessments given by the teachers and run an item analysis to identify misconceptions, language and reading barriers and skill gaps at the standard and success criteria level. We will hold during that week of the 3-week period, data huddles that will last from 40 to 45 minutes, and teachers will come together and look at the data and along with the data coach and the administrator, and to see where the gaps are. Then they'll share their assessment trackers on the lesson plan, which is online, and I think it's on Infinite Campus, with the administrator conducting short walkthroughs, focus on evidence of reteaching aligned to data, expected outcomes, continuously improving assessments, target reteaching, and steady growth in classroom level proficiency. That's the data-driven instruction. So we're trying to go back and really focus on going back and looking at our classroom assessments, and if we need to improve on our instructional practices, we will be using data to do that. For the next step, number 2, proficiency-based education is a program that the district adopted with ACE Consortium out of Lockwood. Proficiency-based education is an educational model where learning targets are the specific measurable goals that define what students should know and be able to do at each stage of their learning within the standards and classroom instruction. It focuses on actual student learning and mastery, providing clear expectations and differentiated support for all students. The learning targets are explicit, understandable learning goals that are translated from the state standards. Learning targets define the what and how of a student's journey in proficiency-based education, and this happens within smaller groups. So we're kind of changing the dynamics of the classroom rather than having line by line and teacher just up there in front. We're changing it to, to where students are in groups and having them having more collaboration among themselves. And map assessment, and that kind of creates a smaller group as well, and teachers really focusing on those students who really need the support, the struggling students. MAPS assessment will be ongoing so that we can use that as our base data at the beginning of the school year, and then we'll look back at it in January, and then we'll go back to it in the spring as well. For the proficiency-based education, align learning targets and success and criteria with the Montana state standards. Teachers will be responsible for that, and we started that in August. Expected outcomes is clear path for student mastery, reteach using flexibility. This would be, the timeline is bi-weekly. Pacing for students who do not meet proficiency and go back and implement target skills that they need to learn. We have Title I resource support. We started this back in September, and what determines our acceleration or moving forward next steps would be to really understand that there is growth in student learning based on the data that the teachers are coming together to evaluate. Tier support and intervention. Intervention for non-proficient students based on assessment and data. Again, that's based on the data huddles that the teachers will be having every 3 weeks. Title I support, again, is there. Proficiency learning communities, the PLCs, grade level PLC, analyze student work and share best PBE practices. So the professional development and support we get from Jenny Combs and the ACE Consortium group out of Lockwood has been really helpful. They've really helped our instructional leaders to really go into the classroom and look at what's going on, the teaching practices, the direct instruction, differentiated instruction, and that's been really helpful. So we're looking at that. The timeline is monthly, so we go back, and a lot of the things that we have gleaned from the Teacher Hub as well as ACE Consortium, the lead teachers are giving professional development on our professional development days. So what we plan is to build, collectively teacher efficacy and student ownership. Where this comes in is we want our learners, we have rubrics for our classroom, the work that they do. There's rubrics and a checklist that aligns to the success criteria. So learners can self-assess before submission and during revisions. There's a routine structure. There's an exit ticket labeled by success criteria and what error patterns that I fixed today, and that would be the student that would ask themselves that question: what error patterns did I fix today? What is my next step? We'll build a metacognition. And specific actionable strengths on next steps. Also showing growth toward proficiency with dated evidence and teacher comments. So the students, when they do this, the teachers would have to give them an exit ticket so that they're able to know that they've mastered in that classroom what was taught and what content area it is and what skills they needed to learn. So they're fast. The goal is a faster movement towards proficiency. And we are providing after school programs to make sure that those students that are struggling are getting the services that they need to reach the goal and the district's goal. Family engagement. Each quarter, teachers and counselors will set concise progress updates and translate proficiency language into family-friendly terms, highly current priority standards, and point to the students' portfolio artifacts. So the students already have their portfolios in the student ownership and feedback. So they use that, and the parents can come and families will receive invites to come and share with their child what those portfolios, the contents are, and where their child are. We have invitations to brief showcase events, virtual or in person. where students explain their learning targets and growth evidence through their portfolios. The communication is two-way. We want to be able to make sure that we're opening the communication between home, community, and the school so that our students are able to, even community, to trust the school that whatever practices we adopt or implement which is really the best thing for our students for their learning goals. Expected outcomes, inform supportive families who understand proficiency progress and partner with the school to sustain gains. And so what we have that I'm really pleased about Lame Deer, this is my second year at Lame Deer. I am not Northern Cheyenne. I'm from a different tribe, but one of the things that is really that I'm really amazed about Lame Deer schools is that they have a principal that is Northern Cheyenne speaker. And so she's able to bridge that gap to where she can explain all this in her language, which allows the parents to really understand if there's discipline, they understand why their child is disciplined. If there's the report card, she is able to speak to the elders on what needs to be done and what the school expects of them. And so she has been able to bridge that gap between community, elders, and even our students. So I really commend Lame Deer Schools for having her on staff. She's been a great asset to the school and being able to bridge that gap. So the other thing is that we also have at the elementary, because the elementary is the feeder school to the high school, we installed a person there. There's a person that's a math coach because I feel that if the students don't have the skills in the elementary, it's what makes it really difficult for the high school to really set those higher standards and higher goals. So we have a math coach there at the elementary that is able to work with the students one-on-one in smaller groups. So I am hopeful that that will kind of bridge the gap between the efficiency status of the 7th and 8th graders, or at least we're on the road to recovering from that. And so monitoring and evaluation, progress monitoring, track the benchmark scores and classroom assessment and data quarterly, walk through observations, focus on implementation of the BPE strategies and differentiated instruction. So BPE has been a real good program that Lame Deer Schools has adopted, and our teachers are really really grasping the approach to improve instructional practices in the school and really understanding the learning targets and going back and doing progress monitoring. Performance growth targets, we do have the NWA maps and interim data to track improvement for spring 2024. The resources that we have will continue. AI is pretty emergent in the school. I see that, but our sciences and our math and our reading programs, I really believe that if we could get some AI tools for the kids to really understand the computer age and tools to for item analysis on the AI. Ongoing professional development is with, again, Jenny Combs with ACE Consortium, BPE. There's always time for collaboration through the PLCs at the high school level. Intervention materials and trained staff. We have a math program that's the Carnegie Math. Our reading and language arts is amplified, and we have after school academic support. Under Carnegie Math, there's Mathia, or Carnegie Learning. It's a Carnegie Learning software that provides individual student support. So that's where we are at, and I hope that this plan convinces the board that we are moving in a positive direction to ensure that Lame Deer Schools is making progress this school year, and they will continue to follow that path in preceding years. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Fallsdown. I have a question for you about whether your teachers have received any training in terms of using the MAST reports that are available about how well students are progressing in terms of meeting the standards. Are your teachers trained in that, and are they using it?
At the beginning of the school year, when we hired our curriculum coach, she did go through some extensive training with OPI as far as state assessments and mass assessments. So with her training, she turned around and she's working with the elementary teachers, and she's working with the high school teachers as a group. And then now what she's doing is she's going back and reaching out to those ones that are struggling or still don't feel confident about it. So she's going back and she's providing support to those teachers as well. So she's doing, I'm pleased with her. I've gone to the classrooms with her at times, so and really helping and providing support for those teachers.
Thank you. Other board members, Board Member Maxwell.
In reading your plan, I would encourage your staff to go deeper and get more specifics about specific training, specific targets. MTSS, multi-tiered system, indicates that when less than 80% of your school students as a whole are making gains in their grade level, that you should actually meet more often, every 2 to 3 weeks, not every month, because when gains start to get filled, students change rapidly, and you might be not allowing them to progress at the rate that they need to. I would just say, I think that your application is getting there. Your plan is getting there. I would just really try to get some very specific actionable items. I think it's overall very good, but I would suggest really nailing down the very core of what the actual things are: training, how long, goals, how are they structured, tiered structure to supports, all those things to really make a difference for your school in the long run.
Thank you. I will do that.
Other board members? Board Member Slinger.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. I liked your plan. I just want to commend you on a couple things. I like the student ownership part, and I also like the family engagement portion. I think that's terribly important. And also I want to commend you on bringing in a math tutor or whatever it was, teacher for elementary school, because I could not agree with you more. You have to start at the beginning. You have to fix it there so it then ripples through the grade levels as they come up through. So thank you very much for your thorough plan, and I'm appreciative of it.
Thank you.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to know, you've been doing this for a while now. Have you seen any results to report to us, or have you seen growth, or have you seen change? I guess not from the teachers. I'm interested in kids and family, I think.
I think what I've observed at the high school is that I think this is an improvement because of the approach that the teachers are taking this year, and working, taking time to work with those groups. I think our attendance has improved. Really, more kids are coming to school. Even yesterday there was a water break, and there's no water at the elementary, and so there's no school for them. Yes, today we excused yesterday, and but the high school is still going. but the high school today is 100% attendance. So that's amazing, you know, I really think that's really amazing. I kind of joked about it. I said, maybe they just didn't want to stay home with their little kiddo brothers and sisters, but I'm glad that, you know, all of them were there. They were all there. So this plan must be making some kind of an impact on those students for us to have more students wanting to come, and we have more students that wanting to transfer to Lame Deer schools as well.
Well, that's a bright spot for you. That's good news. Not the water breakage, but the attendance.
Thank you.
Superintendent Headland.
Thank you. I'll try to keep this quick. I just want to say thank you for all of your efforts, and that we want you to make sure, you know, from OPI, we're here to support. And I know you've been working with a lot of our staff, and we appreciate that. And we're here to help. Look forward to supporting you in your MTSS work. We have some data modernization tools. I put you on the top of the list to get those tools so you have some more support in implementing MTSS, which will also recommend meetings on a regular and as needed occasion. So just wanted to mention that. I agree. I think the math idea is genius. And we'll make sure we keep you in the loop as we're working with OCHI and the Commissioner of Higher Ed's offices and our universities. We're hoping to put some supports in place to help build up the confidence and content knowledge of our K-8 math teachers. So we're excited about some of work in that area and many others. I look forward to talking to you. We won't do it tonight as it's getting late, but I look forward to hearing more about your PBE, your proficiency-based education work, and also encourage the family involvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent Fallsdown. Appreciate your presentation to the board and you're laying out the plan and also demonstrating that you have the school board's support in with this plan. Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, I move to approve the corrective action plan for Lame Deer Public Schools.
Motion to approve the action plan presented by Lame Deer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Slinger. Board member discussion. Well, I'd like to have a conversation with you at another time, Victoria. I'm fascinated by what you had to say about being an outsider, being that you're not Northern Cheyenne and different tribes, but that's for another day. And but I do want to have that fascinates me. Any other board member discussion? Any public comment? Any public comment online? All those in favor? Oh, that one?
Melissa, you should be able to speak.
Okay, I would just like to say thank you to our superintendent and thank you to you board members for listening to our story, and just look forward to continuing to work for the betterment of our community and our students at Lame Deer High School and elementary. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Any additional public comment? All those in favor of the motion to approve the corrective action plan as presented by Lame Deer Public Schools signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Superintendent Fallsdown. Appreciate your efforts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To hear our next presentation is from Luster Christian High School.
Wes, you should be able to unmute and turn your camera on.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you going to proceed with your presentation?
Yes, I am. I've got the chairman of the board here, Mr. Justin Klatt. I don't know, do we need, oh, just if you say hello.
Here, I'm just across the way here. Hello.
It'll follow. Okay. Hey, first of all, members of the board, I just want to thank you for giving us some time to clean this up and another opportunity to visit with you. The first time, one of you, I forget who it was, said, you better get some help with this. And I thought, yeah, I don't need any help with this. And I got home and got started and I thought, I better get some help with this. I'm gonna, you have that response in front of you, but I'm gonna, rather than go through that whole list of things, it's kind of lists in a paragraph form, which is a poor way to do it. But I want to just start with the issue that we've had, and it's just not reporting. The job wasn't done, and I'm not sure. I don't think the board was aware of what was going on, and that's something that our board definitely wants to correct, and we want to correct it because it isn't a good light on us. And so what I've got here is that, first of all, what we have to do is finish this this integrated action plan, strategic action plan. And the other thing is the teams reporting and all that. I don't think a lot of that was even reported. So I got with, I think it's Ashley and Nicole helped walk us through some of the teams. And so we found, we found some things there that we're working on too. But anyway, for going forward, what we've done is we got a preliminary survey and gave that to our parents, and they did it at teacher conferences. And then on the 22nd of September, we got those collected, and then we put together the surveys. We kind of tabulated what we got back, and then we took our mission statement, and then we made a temporary graduate profile. Since then, I have gone and found some surveys, and I did present one to the board to look over in October. At the November meeting, they gave me additions, subtractions that they wanted to have in there. And then we want to get that done so that we can fine tune that graduate profile and get that done, get that started. Now, we want to have that done by the end of December. We had a little longer date to begin with, but we want to have that done by the end of December so that we have that, and then we can start moving down the list on things to do for that survey or for our strategic plan. So in January, we're going to compile those results at the beginning of January and get going and get that strategic plan done. Now, our intent is to have that whole plan completed by the end of this school year, and then everything implemented on the 26-27 school year. The program offerings, we had a problem with program offerings. We didn't have the first semester here, we did not have foreign languages on there. We do have a student that did want to take foreign language, and then he's taking it online. But in the second semester, we will have Ignitia. We'll have offerings on an Ignitia. That's an online provider for foreign languages. And then next year, MSUB they've got dual language options. I mean, dual credit options with several languages. There's a lot more languages to choose from. And the other thing that I really haven't looked into much too, because the MSUB really looked good, is the Digital Academy. So we have all kinds of options there, and we'll just, the board will have to decide just what we want to offer and give. And then we belong to the Small School Alliance, and I don't know and couldn't find if they did a curriculum review last year, but Montana Small School Alliance, they help small schools do their curriculum review, and in April we're going to do math and then PE and health, and then of course in that plan we'll have the 5-year schedule, but right now we're just going to do math and PE health this year. Mentor program. That's another thing. We don't have a formal board mentorship plan in our board policy. We'll get that and get that done. Right now, we have one teacher that's new, and we have a teacher that's been here 9 years, and she's mentoring the new teacher. And so it's informal, but we will make that formal and get it in policy for next year. The other thing that we haven't done is in our staff training and PIR, we didn't get the suicide prevention. You're supposed to have 2 hours of suicide prevention, and we didn't get that done this year, but January 22nd, we have it scheduled. It's called QPR. It's question, persuade, and refer. And that's through Montana Small Schools Alliance again. Now the other things that were on there, I'm not sure how they determined which we did and which we didn't, because I don't know how it was reported, but anything, I guess I would ask you to ask any questions you have, because those are the things, as I went through each of them, those are the things that I found that we needed to correct and get right. So it's the offering for languages and that suicide prevention. But the major thing is just getting the reporting done for teams, on Infinite Campus and all that. Now, I'm not going to tell you that I know everything that goes into that the strategic plan, but I'm getting bits and pieces, and I have a pretty good idea now what it's all about and the direction to go. And I also have some people that are really helpful that have been giving me some good guidance. So I guess with that, what questions do you have, or what concerns do you have that we might not be doing? I think I have a pretty good answer for most of it.
Thank
Hopefully
you. Thank you, Superintendent Young. Are there questions from the board? Board Member Neeskens.
I would really encourage your district to consider adopting the ACT. That is the approved state test for high schools in Montana. I noticed that you are administering the SAT, which you could do in addition to the ACT. I understand that you have a student population sometimes that comes from other states where the SAT might be the primary instrument in their home state. However, I think you could offer both if testing for the SATs is still important to your students.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I did find out that they are using the ACT, and we do have that scheduled for our juniors. Will take that. We've got that scheduled for April, but this year we had those others on. So our seniors, they took that SAT the 7th of October, 28th. The juniors took the PSAT. And the 17th, a couple days ago, they took the ASFAB, and then our sophomores are scheduled to do that PSAT on March 31st. But yeah, that we intend to do that. I appreciate that. We will. It makes sense to change. That's a good suggestion.
Board Member Maxwell.
I just wanted to commend you on, your depth that you dug into some of this. I know, the last meeting was a little bit rough with us, but I did want to commend you. I could tell you when you read MCA and you went through, I mean, there's things in here that aren't a part of the accreditation process that you obviously just saw there was a need and decided to address. I know it's a lot of reading and a lot of work, but, I do appreciate you digging past what we needed and made sure that you had as much as you could find to fix. That's commendable.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Chair Tharp.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Wes, it's probably a good thing you didn't realize how much you had to do and how much they were behind when you took that job.
I told the board, I said, if I'd have known this was coming, I wouldn't have been here.
Yeah, so, just a couple of very specific suggestions for you there. I'm not sure if that QPR training is virtual, but there's somebody, Daniel's Sheridan County, Kim Kittleson was just recently trained as a QPR instructor. I'm also willing to travel all over Northeast Montana and do QPR. Or if you're looking for something more in depth, youth mental health first aid is a full day course. If you'd like to book something for your PIR days for next year.
Yeah, I appreciate
happy to
that.
travel for that.
I appreciate that. We're a small community, so we do have members in the community have an ambulance crew. So we're pretty fortunate there. We have a person at the elementary that teaches it. She's a first aid teacher, and then we have that ambulance crew. But I do appreciate the offer. It'd be a long haul.
And maybe you didn't understand, this specifically is mental health first aid. This is a advanced training for a full day of working with mental health challenges. I did used to teach EMT and first aid, but I let that lapse. So I couldn't do that one, but this one is specifically would satisfy above and beyond your requirement for the suicide prevention it's a 6-hour course, and all of the suicide and mental health stuff is embedded in that.
Before we go to a motion, I just wanted to give your board chair an opportunity to say anything you might want to say.
Thank you. We appreciate you guys bearing with us and taking the time. We've kind of had, as Wes had mentioned, we were very thankful that he was willing to step in this year and help us out, because as expressed, we've been listening to your meeting for a while, as expressed in some of your prior conversations, in these smaller schools, it is tough to find not just administrators, but teachers and everything. So we have had an issue, with that, and we've struggled in some of this, and of course, the ball has been dropped at some point with this. So again, we appreciate Wes coming in and being willing to do this, and we thank you for your patience with that and helping us walk us through this, because we do want to get this corrected and the things implemented so we can keep moving forward with that. So we appreciate that, and the advice given, and just the patience with it. So thank you.
And then Headland.
Thank you. I appreciate you both, and thank you for what you're doing for your students and families. I just want to make sure you know to utilize us as a resource. The Teachers Learning Hub has courses on all the required trainings that the teachers need in sex trafficking, suicide prevention. There's a laundry list these days. So make sure you utilize our free virtual courses that can be done right there. And also Digital Academy does cover your foreign language needs. Some of them cover that component as required, some don't. And we have an awesome team, which I know you've been working with, that can help navigate any of those questions. So we have resources and tools to meet a lot of these components, and staff that are happy to help. You're welcome to call us anytime. Look forward to visiting with you in person in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
I move to approve the corrective plan for Luster Christian High School.
A motion, and it's been seconded by Board Member Asmussen. Board Member discussion. Any public comment? Public comment online? Okay, we have a motion and seconded to approve the corrective plan from Luster Christian High School. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Well then, Board Chair and the Superintendent Young, appreciate you guys' work.
Thank you. And also thank you to Crystal Andrews and Ellery Russell for your presentations this afternoon and the support that you provide to schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our last agenda item under the Accreditation Committee is an update from Dr. Julie Mergel and Tyler Capete. I totally don't on the intensive assistance process that they are working on.
Madam Chair, good evening, and members of the board. The purpose of our presentation is to provide an update on the intensive assistance and rigorous action task force schedule and work. Tyler's just going to take a quick moment, kind of go over the makeup of the task force that has been assembled. And then I'm just going to quickly share with you the roadmap and the work that we've done to date and our plan leading up to January.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Tyler Capece, CAPECE for the record. I serve as the Assistant Deputy Superintendent at the Office of Public Instruction. So it has been a true joy coming together with this task force and creating this list. Julie and I spent a lot of time working on what would fit with the superintendent's goals and visions for the Office of Public Instruction and the task that you all provided with us in July when we met. So we're really excited to bring back Mandy Smoker Broadus. She is the task force facilitator. As many of you probably know, she spent a good number of years at the Office of Public Instruction, has a very strong grasp on the education field here in Montana and the needs of our school districts. So she's been a fantastic facilitator and a great person to work with. Of course, we have our Board of Public Education representative. It was great to hear this afternoon from McCall about how she's enjoying it. And then you'll see for the rest of the list, it is broken down by what that Venn diagram shows you that we introduced you to in July at the meeting. Our leadership and institutional roles, of course, including school superintendents. And then when we looked at the instructional representatives, I think what Dr. Mergel and I really looked at are what does the superintendent, what does Superintendent Henlon want to focus on when it comes to building up instructional goals here for the state and with her vision and her strategic plan. So of course, with early literacy, mathematics, special education supports, and CTAE roles as well. So that makes up our leadership and institutional roles. Next, we have our community and stakeholder roles. You'll see that there are tribal colleges represented here on this list, schools on and schools off reservations represented here on this list. And then, of course, per the request of Board Member Schmidt, having a strong sense of our business community on here as well. And they have been just a joy to work with. One of our business community representatives was a former superintendent here in Montana as well. So he can speak a lot to the small school experience for a superintendent when it comes to accreditation. Of course, our tribal education representatives are on there as well, and they have been such a pleasure to work with. We then move down into what we called our specialization roles there. So those are our partners. We're glad to have School Administrators of Montana. And of course, something that the superintendent tasked us with was looking at how can we support business officials in our districts, right? They have a very specialized role, and we know that a lot of that falls onto superintendents, and they work so collaboratively. So having the executive director of MASBO, Shelley Turner, on there, I think has just been a great part of that role being fulfilled as well. We of course have members of our Macy board, 3 of them, actually, I'm sorry, 4 of them. So it's been a joy to work with them. They just bring such a knowledge and expertise of how we can support our tribal schools across the state of Montana. And then, of course, we move into the OPI roles. So it's been such a pleasure to work with Crystal Andrews, Crystal Smith, who you know are senior managers over our programs units. Lindsay Mahoney is our director of school improvement. She's such a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the federal accountability system. And then, of course, Dr. Brooke Beaverhart Bandera, who is our Indian education director at the OPI. So we talked a lot about, after I feel like our first task force meeting, the expertise, the knowledge, the historical knowledge, and the diversity of this task force. So I feel like I walk away from each meeting just going, we pulled together such a fantastic group of people, and it'll be a joy to meet with them in person in December. So I stand for any questions. If not, I'll move it over to Dr. Merkel.
Dr. Merkel.
Great, so in your packet on page 247, kind of outlines our session. So the superintendent launched us on November 12th in a virtual meeting where we brought together the task force members to just kind of welcome them to the team, orientate them a little, kind of set that call to action and that vision from our superintendent. We talked about the why behind this task force, why now, and then what we were really asking of this task force to complete. Then we had our second virtual meeting this Monday. And in that meeting, we really dug in very technical on what is the accreditation process and what does that really mean to be deficient and what does it mean to potentially be going into intensive assistance. And there were a lot of people really shocked that we've been doing accreditation in the state of Montana since 1947. Moving on, our next meeting will be in December. That will be another capacity building workshop. We're really going to be focusing a lot on what does school improvement really mean? What does it entail? What do we see as great models across the country? What do we see as pieces that have worked here in Montana? Where have we seen some strategies that we really want to be focusing on and leveraging? So that'll be a capacity building session. And we are very thrilled to be bringing folks to Helena in person for some really in-depth planning on what this intensive assistance process could look like. So that's the 9th and 10th of December. And so we'll be convening together to really hoping that we can really set folks up during that time to have some intensive work around what they will recommend. And then we will have a virtual session. We'll take everything that they came up and created on the 9th and 10th and then return it back to them by the 18th to kind of have a final review and see if that's what makes sense. Our goal is to have in front of you in your January board meeting an information item and a recommendation on what intensive assistance process should look like, what these corrective actions should entail, and how do we really come together to really support our schools and ensure that no school ends up in a situation where we would even be considering their accreditation status of not being there. So we are super excited. Then hopefully by March, you'll be able to have a final action and have that plan in place so that if there are any schools that do end up in deficiency 2 years in a row and end up in intensive assistive in May, we'll actually have a plan for them as to what that will look like that will be supportive. We stand for any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the board? Dr. Tharp?
Yes, I'm just really impressed with this list of names. So often when you engage somebody from outside, it feels like you've got somebody coming in, like the pros from Dover are gonna hear, and they're gonna explain to you how things are. But to have Mandy Smoker Broaddus as your facilitator is so powerful. She knows the state, she knows the agency, and she knows so many of these other players. And so I'm really looking forward to what this group comes up with. Looks like you got everybody assembled that you need to come up with some great ideas. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your presentations. Thank you for the laid out, being the last presentation of the day and wading through all of the previous presentations. So we appreciate it. And Mr. Chair, that's it for the accreditation committee.
Thank you. Dr. Slinger pointed out that we were on time before we gave the accreditation committee. Is that what you said? Yeah.
They also said I was angry, so I really appreciate that advice before being shortened.
Excellent work. This was absolutely time well spent that we needed to go through. Before we recess for the day, McCall, what's tomorrow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow morning, we get to go on tours. Yay! We will be leaving here at 8:30. So if you can, I would really hope and encourage you to be here by 8 o'clock-ish. Your legislative friends will be here around 8 o'clock as well. There'll be coffee and some light breakfast things. So I'd encourage you to come spend a little extra time with them. It will be fun. So try to be here around 8 if you can. We will leave promptly at 8:30. Bus is out of here. So, and then you can read the rest in your packet. Thank you.
So bus, we don't have to drive around to the different places, okay, and then, so we've got our 3 tours, and then, where's lunch?
Mr. Chair, lunch will be back here. We will have a little bit of time, about 45 minutes to have lunch. And then in the afternoon, we will reconvene at 1:15. Where we will have our joint meeting with the Legislative Education Interim Committee, and you will run that.
Alrighty, so, we're just standing recess again tomorrow morning here, 8 o'clock stuff, and we will gavel back in at 1:15 tomorrow afternoon. Montana Board of Public Education will stand in recess.